Time. Leisure time. Did you ever stop to think how much leisure time you really have? Some of us put our leisure time to good use. And some of us, Ken Michaels, for example, spend most of our leisure time just moping.
Moping? He thinks I'm moping. Well, who wouldn't mope? There's nothing to do, nobody's around. You know how it is. I went down to the bowling alley, went over to the drugstore. None of the gang was there. All my friends are busy, so what's for me to do?
I literally feel like I've been waiting for my husband to come back from the war.
His friends do.
Huh? Well, no, I don't have more time. We all spend about the same amount of time in school, and the rest is leisure time. I've got nothing to do but wait for supper. My friends have more things to do. They're lucky.
Ken's pretty lucky, too.
Listen to that. All right, I'll bite. Why am I lucky?
Because you have so much leisure time. Time in which you can do things you enjoy. Time in which you don't have to work.
Like this, huh? Is that good?
Let me show you a few things. Suppose you had lived 100 years ago. What would you have been like? Take a look.
Where? Oh, is that me? Is that what I would have looked like 100 years ago?
Hi, everyone.
But now, well, let's look back 100 years again and see someone else.
Who? Hey, that's my dad.
Young man, you get off that bed and get to work. After you clean out the stable, you can build some new steps for the back porch. While I work 72 hours a week, no son of mine is going to loaf.
72 hours?
12 hours a day, 6 days a week. Tomorrow morning, young men, you're going out to get a regular job. You can work too, and earn your keep.
Not so good, Ken? Well, let's try another picture. Say about 50 years ago.
Oh, hello, son. Well, say, I've got some new pictures for the stereoscope. We'll look at them tonight. Don't forget about your chores. Have them all done by the time I'm through work. And keep the wood box full.
Boy, how long will you work, Dad?
Why, 10 hours. 10 hours a day, every day except Sunday.
60 hours a week? Boy.
Well, Ken, let's take a look at your father's time as it really is today.
Hi, Dad. You sure don't work as long hours as they used to.
That's right, Ken. It's a wonderful thing to be able to do so much work in so little time. This 40-hour week suits me fine. And some
Holy
people
moly,
even work shorter
congrats,
hours
that Mammy.
nowadays. But by the way, Ken, how would you like to play a quick round of golf before supper? I think we can work it in. And then later I'd like to shellac that new bookcase I'm making.
Well, Ken?
Yes, Dad does enjoy his leisure time. And to think that a few years ago, people didn't have nearly so much time to themselves.
Yes, we've gained a lot of leisure time in the last century or so. All of us.
Wait a minute. All of us? Mother should hear you say that. She's always complaining that she doesn't have enough time.
Well, let's see about that. Can you picture your mother as she might have been 50 years ago?
I guess so.
Why, that's hard work. It takes so much time, too. But that's woman's lot in life. Scrub clothes, carry water, bake bread, feed the chickens, till time to go to bed and then get up again to start all over again.
You see, Ken? Now, how about today?
My, this new washer certainly is a time saver. And I do need some extra time. Now, let's see, I want to do some shopping, but this first.
Wait a minute. This may be easier work, but it still looks like work.
Oh, well, I have to plan the program for the Women's Club next month. That's one of my favorite activities, you know. It does keep me busy, but, well, that's not work.
Underscore chair, no way, how am I going to
What do
be
you
the
think,
voice of
Ken?
the impoverished viewers
Well,
now?
Mother does have more leisure time now. But still, she's always busy. How does she find so many things to do? How can I find something to do with my extra time? Or for that matter, what about you? I don't know. It seems as if leisure time is a problem.
Well, let's see how your friends have met that problem.
I told him once my friends were all busy. Oh, busy. They have something to do with their time. Let's see. Last I saw of Dave, he was headed that-a-way.
You mean this way? Yes. Dave has a hobby of identifying birds. It's a pleasant way of spending his time, and besides, it helps him with some of his schoolwork. You can learn quite a bit from hobbies. Here's Bill. Some of his leisure time is spent doing part-time work at the bookstore. Along with earning some spending money, he's getting experience that will help him later on. And Alice is devoting some of her leisure to learning to sew. That's something she'll be glad she did when she's older. And right now, she gets a big kick out of it. Here's the way Marge spends some of her leisure.
Hell? I walked away for a second. What? Why? Thank you, Tim. 50 members. Again? You're ruining my flow. I had like a flow in my head going and I'd look right and I'm like, what is this bombardment? My right side of my screen. Okay, no, thank you. Good to be back, I think. Right? There's been a moment. My last stream was...
Terror Rich FRFR.
bit more than a week ago. That would be like 9 days ago. And I didn't really indicate that I would be gone until really at the last moment. I was like, I don't know if I'll be here for... I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow. Okay, just tired.
Terror the Euler mod. Terror the Euler mod.
One way to put it. I said, hi, I want to talk about the Takanashi Kiara tweet. And I'm going to do it at the end of this week. I said, like... Then I kept, I think 2 weeks ago. And then I said, you know what? Okay, I'm going to talk about it later, but just give me some time. I'm going to think about it. And then I just disappeared for like... well, I didn't. I had to... things. I hate writing things. That made it a bit... Also work. I just said, alright, fuck it. All that to say, sorry, I don't want to get too... Today's stream, and I hope that, which is why I'm going to cut myself before I start ranting for too long. Let me put a... Can someone do a marker? Can I do a marker? The timestamp of this VOD. I'll find it here. Like, that's the... Because I anticipate some people might watch after, much like the stream that shall not be named. Today's stream, relatively serious. It's one I wanted to do for quite a while, and frankly, one I couldn't find the word. I encountered great difficulty in trying to figure out what to do, because I thought it was a very serious issue. Anything wrong with the mic? There might be. I don't know what I sound like. You're gonna have to give me a... I think it's because my my audio was really clear. So you're gonna have to let me know. For some reason it doesn't. So I couldn't connect my microphone. Is there a problem? You can hear me, right? The audio okay. Is it too soft, maybe? Stop. Okay, hold on. Sounds like it's being recorded on iPhone 11. That's not good. That's not good at all. Hold on. I don't know why that's the case. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what the issue is. I sound like a... Okay. Oh no. Oh shit. Oh shit. This is like an important thing too. Uh-oh. 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 Tell me if it works. Okay, I'm gonna go into my own stream and hear myself. I'm gonna go into my own stream and hear myself. Testing on my microphone now. I'm gonna go into my own stream and hear myself. Testing on my microphone now. I'm gonna go into my... What the hell? It's fucked. What's going on? Testing on... Sorry. I can just mute my desktop audio while I do that actually. Sorry. So there's no like feedback. Why do I sound like I'm on an iPhone 11? You're gonna have to give me a moment. Fucking bullshit. God damn it. Okay, I've removed my noise gate. That might be worse. That might be worse now. We'll see. Okay, if you can hear me and I'm not... Hold on. Okay, I have to be... Maybe it's not good for me to remove my noise gate. Sorry, I had microphone issues just now, like 10 minutes ago, and clearly it hasn't been fixed. And I didn't know until I started streaming because, you know, well, that's when you know, right? Shit. Let's see. This is really... Okay, it's over. It's over. Any sort of momentum I had. This is really... Okay. Hello. What is going on? What the fuck is happening? I don't know what's going on. I think maybe I had there was like an audio driver thing that was installed, update that I installed like 2 days ago or something, and that might have screwed with my settings. Fucking hell. I hate this. I hate this so much. I'm so annoyed. Not now. Not when I have to do like an actual... Like, you know, do that when I'm fucking around in House Flipper or something. Don't do that when I have to talk about something serious. It's fucking... abysmal. Okay. Oh god. I have to regroup now. I'm gonna okay. Okay. You forgot how to stream. I did! Because I spent the past 7 days just like waking up at like 6 and then like PM, and then going to sleep at like 2 a.m. and then sleeping for like 18 hours, and then having like either 1 meal or 4 a day. I've lost track of time. Sometimes I wake up and it's completely dark. Sometimes I wake up and it's like a really good like 8 a.m. time. It's been weird. It's weird. It sounds... Oh, God. Fucking hell. Okay. So, I don't know what's going on with the audio today. You're gonna have to forgive me. I'll figure it out and I'll, you know, deal with it tomorrow, I think. Everyone who's watching this afterwards.
Hello. Nifty channel. Live at Good Life.
Thank you. I will. Nifty
Hello.
is a good word.
Nifty channel. Live at Good Life.
Yes, I will have to trim out the... Okay. Let's not do this. Let's not fucking let's not fuck with this. If you can hear me, that's all that's needed. Okay. Now, as I was saying, where was I? Yes, I've been busy the past week. I haven't had time to, you know, stream or really to do any of the things I promised to as a streamer, and that kind of sucks. But I'm back now. I have been floundering around on like the Discord, just like reading stuff. So I wanted to let everyone know that yes, I am there and I can see what you post. I can see what you write. I think I don't see all of it because I don't have the time to read everything, obviously, but like sometimes I will open up Discord and I'll like, you know, go into the account and I'll click into the dot and I'll go like, what do I have to look at now? And sometimes I'm jump scared by things that I'd rather not have seen. Sometimes, or most of the time, it's like a lot of text and conversation that it seems like is happening. And I think that's good, but I'm going to leave it at an arm's length because I don't want to deal with it. I did see that several of you were like, hey, when are you coming back? Please, we want to see another stream. To which I felt a little bad for, because it's like, truthfully, I wouldn't have had to interrupt my scheduling so much if I had just managed and sorted everything in my life, but I didn't, and so I have been left with the consequences of my own actions. It is what it is.
I missed bro Loki.
There we are. Actually, I was going to ask that I've only been gone for a week, but like, did you guys actually like miss this? Was there like, and I don't mean like in a way that's just like, oh, I wanted to see the streamer, but like as in like you're going about your life and then there's unprompted, there's a point in your mind that's like, you know, it has been a while since the last Charis Euphranor stream, huh? And then you go, oh yeah, shit, I wonder, like, does that happen? I need to know. Because, well, just answer the question. I guess you already have though. But yeah, does it happen? Do you just kind of go in about?
I haven't been able to tune in much lately because of work, but I did miss watching.
Okay. Anyways, but yes. Okay. Yesterday morning, and then I checked the Discord. There were like 3 moments where I sat there and said I missed the streams. Interesting. Kind of, maybe. How would you then feel if I said that while I was like in my turmoil and I was suffering, in my head I was thinking like, if only I could just stream for like a day or two, take my mind off things, I'd do a lot better. And then looking at it again and going like, I probably shouldn't do that. I need to fucking focus. I need to deal with this. Would you be surprised to say that I missed it as well? And I just woke up and I was like, I fucking need to stream. I need to like go and say things to a microphone. Now I need to go play a video game or something. And then instead I just sat there like for the worst was when I sat like on my bed for like 5 hours just watching Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul clips on YouTube Shorts, and like just like looking up the scenes on YouTube again. No, I'm preparing myself for never being able to catch a stream live. Well, I'm glad you're here now, FCF, but like, don't say never, right? I'll be streaming probably an hour, hopefully fairly consistently. I'll start streaming like maybe an hour before I started this stream today. If only maybe we were here. We all know you were thinking it. Well,
hey guys, I'm back long enough for it to stop being funny.
For it to stop being funny? Welcome back, Nicole.
Hey guys, I'm back long enough for it to stop being funny.
You did say Gargura was your inspo, so I just thought you adopted her stream schedule.
You did say Gargura was your inspo, so I thought you just adopted her stream schedule.
Forced enough to join the Super Who Lock fandom while you were gone, fortunately. You know what I did while I was gone? While I was like coping, I was like, I can't fucking I'm like, you know, I'm shaking on the cage. I'm like, let me go. You know what I did? I started a new gacha game. I shouldn't have, but like, you have no idea how much I fucked my schedule. Like the moment I lost the consistency of like, I'm gonna tune into a live, I'm gonna like set up a live stream and I'm gonna start talking and I'm gonna have structured notes and I'm gonna have things to discuss and I'm gonna have scheduling and I'm gonna have like, you know, all these things that, you know, are fun, but it's also, there is an element of work involved. Once I do this and my energy is expended this way, right? And I have that going on for me. The moment I cut that, I immediately relapsed. I downloaded Path to Nowhere and I started playing. I'm like rank 42 right now on Path to Nowhere, and I have the character I wanted, okay? The character I wanted was
Chairman, why do I not get membership? Did I miss something?
Why did you not get membership? It's because you didn't buy it, silly. Membership is like, you pay money for it and it's like it's a subscription service that renews every month, and with it you get emotes and like, you know, a colored name. Now you can choose to buy that, or you can or someone can gift you the membership. Now if you want someone to gift you the membership, I think it is entirely random, so you cannot just reliably expect for it to happen without you yourself paying for it, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Now Terra has done has gone to extreme lengths to give memberships to people. I think Terra's gifted 100. I remember Daniel Wolf and WAF have also gifted members, among other things. And if those randomly distributed memberships didn't hit you, then you didn't get it. It is what it is. You spent money? No, not yet. But I spent a lot of time. I was just grinding through. I got the character I wanted. Her name is Zoya. I want to give you like one moment to, if you care, right, at all. I want to give you one moment to look up Zoya Path to Nowhere. Or at least look up the Path to Nowhere like app icon, and then here's how it went down. Okay, I was browsing through like a subreddit or something, because that's what I do, unfortunately. Why didn't you add the emote I made? Oh shit, I haven't done that yet. I added it in Discord, but I didn't do it on the YouTube channel. That's my bad. I'll add that in later. I forgot. That's why. It's because I fucking forgot. Sorry. And then like, so here's, I was looking at like gacha games, and then like gender distribution according to like certain social media sites for like, you know, and most of it is kind of like 60-40, 60 male, like 40 female, because, you know, NBs don't exist in like East Asian like marketing metrics, so you're gonna have to take that as it is, right? But then there's like then I saw Love and D Space, and it's like 10% male, and I was like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, no, I've played the game, I know. And next to it, I see Path to Nowhere, and it's like 20 or 30% male. And I was like, wait, what? But the icon, like, and I didn't see it, right? Like, and I was looking at the icon in like a low definition screenshot or something. And then I thought, isn't that like a woman on the cover? That's strange. Like, why is there such a huge like female player base then, if that's the case? I look it up, I go like Path to Nowhere, and then I saw the app icon in like full HD, and then the next minute
Audio
was a
call.
blur. I think I autopiloted straight to the app store, and I was like, I'm downloading this shit right now. I'm joining. I'm gonna go into the subreddit. I'm gonna fucking like look up everything there is. Like, I'm gonna go on YouTube. I need to go like find everything there. How do I get Zoya Path to Nowhere? I need Zoya Path to Nowhere now. It's like the next like 5 minutes. Lesbians exist, Sharon, and so I know they existed. I just don't know where they are. I don't like I've not encountered many of them. Okay, like I know like a few. Honestly, I know more bi women than I know lesbian women. Okay, but like, you know, I just didn't know, because you have to understand, I'm a guy. Okay, why would I? There's like there's no synergy between me and like a lesbian person who's just existing in their space. Inner space doing her thing. Like, there's that does not come about naturally, right? Anyways, now I know where the lesbians are. I know where they are. They're in this game. They're in Path to Nowhere. Okay, that's where they are. Holy shit! I downloaded the game. And then I was like, why didn't anybody tell me about this game? I need to be playing it now. And then I played it for like a week. Don't think I have the energy to install another gacha. Don't do it. So the game is fine. Like, it's okay. But like, it's a gacha game, so just don't. It's a fucking gacha game. I think the best parts of it are probably just the artwork and the art direction. I want to say that it's the story, but I didn't read much of the story. I don't know, because in my head I was like, I can't read this. Here's the cognitive dissonance going on. The cognitive dissonance was like, oh, I shouldn't be wasting my fucking time. I should be working. I shouldn't be wasting my time playing gacha games. So I'm gonna play this gacha game, but I'm not gonna play like the story element. I'm just gonna, because you can come back to it later, right? So I was like, I'm just gonna skip all the story plot elements, and I'm just gonna play like the gacha system. And then once I get that out of my system, I'll do my work, and then afterwards I can indulge in like the actual like story of it. Now this is not logical. This makes no goddamn sense. I am wasting the same, if not even more time doing this, which is why I'm addressing it as cognitive dissonance. But this is what was going on in my head at the time. Probably not going to go anywhere. I'm feeling in a not very good way, so come to jam in both ways. Hope you're feeling better. Hope you're feeling better. It was my birthday yesterday. Do not wish me a late happy birthday, online Parasocial family. I don't wish, don't worry, because I don't wish anyone a happy birthday, okay? I've stopped doing that for like years. I'm getting too old, okay? I'm getting, like, my bones in my body are cracking. I'm getting a little too old for wishing people a happy birthday. Instead, what happens, is like if it's someone's birthday, then we just hang out. And then we just talk, and we, you know, and then we do something, and then and then the only time the word birthday even comes up is probably if you're like talking about age specifically, because, you know, I'm 60 now, and maybe if it's time to pay the bill, we're like, okay, no, birthday boy or birthday girl's not paying. Person's definitely not paying for their meal because it's their birthday, and then that's it. Didn't you literally wish me a happy birthday 2 months ago? Yeah, because you asked, and I was like, all right, fucking whatever.
Also, Chairman, remember you wanted to keep it short.
I did, but after like the initial fiasco of the trying to figure out my fucking audio settings, I've elected to abandon that idea and just hope that people who watch, like, I'm just gonna timestamp it so people will skip the preamble. It's like the idea. I'm gonna keep the actual portion of it short. But there's a reason why I'm dragging this out too, a little bit, actually. Sure, you could have said no. I could have. But then, like, you know, I wanted to say yes, do it, and then make it a point to complain about it for the next 5 minutes. I think it's more fun that way. I realize it's more fun for me when someone tells me, like, if I'm asked to do something, it's much more fun to do it and then complain about it as I'm doing it, but I'm doing it, right? But I'm gonna complain about it, than to just say no and, like, go on with my day. I was to complain. You got me. You got me. You want me to say that's not what that means? No, that is not what that means. I think.
So true.
But yeah, no, I'm glad to be back, and I'm happy to just be catching up with everyone. That's what I've been up to. I've been playing Path to Nowhere, I guess. Is it good? Like, I don't think it's particularly good other than the art style and other than, like, and the direction. Like, I don't think the voice acting is too good. Some of it's okay, some of it's kind of eh. But the art is really, really good, and the fan art is really, really good. I think this goes back to this thing that I still didn't fully unravel when I said, like, why is it that all the fictional women I want to, like, you know, that I want to collect in a gacha game, why are they all lesbians? Like, what's going on? Where's the thread? What does it mean?
Same though, NGL.
You would make a hot lesbian? I will not lie to you. I looked the past 2-3 days. I looked in the mirror for like a little more. I spent a bit more time looking at the mirror than usual the past like 3-4 days maybe. And like, I was looking at myself, I was like, yeah. Is it just me, or do I look more feminine than usual? That's strange. I hope this does not manifest itself into anything else, because that'd be a hell of a difficult thing to explain to people. But I don't know why. Like, I looked at myself. Maybe it's because I'm just interpreting things.
I was saying same to being a professional complainer, but I'm already hot, so sure that too.
I mean, I guess it's both. Maybe you were made to become a lesbian, but like I enjoy being a guy though, and I think it's like worth navigating the difficulties of masculinity.
You give starving Victorian child more than lesbian imho.
Thank you. It's reassuring. I think I don't know, because I just don't think I'm femme presenting. Sometimes I look at the mirror and I go like, yeah. No wonder I got called like a woman a few times, not as an insult, but as like a genuine like mistake, like all those years ago, in my youth. I'm like too old now for people to mistake it, but in my youth there was a lot of like, little girl over there, can you like come over? And I go, sure, in like the deepest, graveliest voice I could muster.
Hi C.
Peg fan art is peg. I don't know what it is. I genuinely just saw myself in a different lens, I think. Because I'm like the same person. And my physical appearance wasn't altered too much recently. It's just, it was definitely a perception thing. Anyways, no, I just wanted to catch up with everyone. I just wanted to like spend a bit more time talking to everyone before I delve into today's more serious topics. That way you know what I'm cooking. That way you know what I'm trying to do. Became more feminist by playing the lesbian gotcha. I don't think I became more feminist, but I did kind of go like, man, I should look into like WLW like oriented stuff a bit more, just like a little bit, because I had no idea. It flew under my radar completely. I think I know why. That's where
OMG,
my
you
mind
all
goes.
Are so lovely.
But hi Adara, I think like I think I know why I'm like this, but I'm not prepared to give like an official news statement yet. You're gonna have to wait, okay? It has something to do with the empowering of an individual. That's what it has to do with, okay? But I'm not gonna explain myself to you. I don't need to. Will it be another black void stream background? Yes. Yes, it is. You've guessed correctly. Nazir Award. And to cut this short now, because, well, frankly speaking, we don't have all day, do we? Let's delve into what we're dealing with today. Hello. Hello, everyone. I am Charis Euphranor. I'm the first and last Welser VTuber. Why the hell am I on the left? I've already messed it up. I already messed it up. It's over. It's over. Why am I so small? I should be larger. Yes. It's more like it, I think. Ah, here we are. It's time for another void stream, everyone. Well, you know what that means? That means I'm gonna go off in my in a concentrated sequence of things I want to talk about, while totally ignoring what you guys are saying. Still, guys, stop compensating. I'll have you know that I'm tall enough to avoid the short king allegations, okay? I'm definitely taller than Germa. I'll have you know. Am I tall enough to be, you know, for it to be an appealing trait? No, but I'm tall enough to reach the things on the shelf. Anyways. Serious time, no more of the hoo-hoos or ha-has. We can keep some of that there. Because we're going to talk about some things that are serious, but I want to keep it overall a bit lighthearted, because the moment it becomes a bit too serious is when people are turned off by it and they just kind of want to leave. Really feel like I need to get a membership. I feel like I don't fit in. It's like a marketing trick that unfortunately in doing so, by creating a membership, I want to say program, it's not a fucking program, by creating like a membership option on this channel, have allowed to snake its way into this series of live streams. You don't have to, and you shouldn't feel pressured to get a membership. Know that I don't care. Know that I look at the names, and if I see a green name, it doesn't register as anything to me. It kind of helps that there's a ton of gifted memberships already. So like just a lot of people have it. I'm not gonna give you special attention is what I'm trying to say, okay? In fact, I'm not giving you guys any attention. That's my chair.
If Hannah lived next to me, I would call them Pitico. I'm not sorry.
Parrot, I fucking banished you to the Shadow Realm. What the hell? Sorry, that was a bit of a disturbance in the force. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna stop talking to you lot. Until this is over, because this is something relatively serious I wanted to discuss. Okay? About 2 weeks ago, Takanashi Kiara of Hololive English, a streamer streamer who's part of this VTuber branch, one of the bigger ones in the English-speaking side of live streaming, made a tweet that piqued my curiosity. I'll read the tweet out to you now. I don't know if I want to bring it on the screen. I'm not going to, because she deleted it afterwards, and you know, the only way I can even see it now is by looking at stuff that, like, looking at screenshots of it presented in different platforms. Here's what she says. KFP, that is the fandom community name for people who are fans of Takanashi Kiara and follow her in her ventures in streaming and just, you know, other things like concert performances and all that as part of, you know, their overall company structure. If I'm your number one Oshi and my words mean something to you and you feel like you want to leave this world at some point, seriously, please contact me and I'll do everything to stop you. Don't think for a second, quote, she wouldn't care, I don't want to bother, end quote. I care a lot. So let me be your last resort, please. And then she follows it up with other things, with other tweets. One of the subsequent replies and follow-ups is like, I wasn't your friend or anything, but I'll miss you. Now, if you don't know what that is, I didn't too until I saw that tweet. That's where I found it from. That's where I saw it. Or that was my first encounter with this whole thing. Okay. So I looked into it further, and upon just a little bit of research, because, you know, I didn't spend that much time doing too much research into the person concerned, I felt as though I felt a little weird about it as well, because it, you know, there was a certain breach of privacy I didn't want to go through, is what it felt like. But one of Takanashi Kiara said all that in response to one of her fans, who I think earlier in the same day had reportedly committed suicide. I think the consensus from the information given by her family member, who was who communicated this information to the public, was that it was due to depression. And in response, Takanashi Kiara, because this is one of her, like, you know, bigger fans and very prominent in the community for making fan art and, like, you know, fan animated, like, videos of her character, of her VTuber character. In response, she sent that tweet. She essentially offered, she said, listen, fuck the parasocial rules or whatever. If you actually if I'm your Oshi, that's what she said. Okay, let me paraphrase it. Let me explain it, right? If you watch me and you care about my opinion and what I have to say, and if you're ever feeling like, there's no way out, please lean on me. It was an offer as the VTuber to the viewer, to the fan, to say that if you've got nothing, if you feel like you've got nothing going, like, and you feel desperate and you feel lost and you want to, you don't want to face all of this anymore, then please talk to me. I will arrange something. That's what she said. Now, that was a very bold thing to do. It is a remarkably empathetic thing. But, and I think anyone who's like, if you're caught up to me at this point, you can probably see it too. This wasn't a good idea. And people also were very concerned about this tweet because the community, those, not just, the fucking haters that wanted to just spew shit at her or to take advantage of her or whatever. No. But like even the people who just enjoyed watching Takanashi Kiara as a fan, or maybe extensively fans of Hololive, the whole corporation, all kind of collectively in a consensus said that this isn't the way to go. Now, what the solution was up to debate. And there were a lot of threads that I read from this whole incident concerning what should have been done, or like, what we can do to support each other in a community, etc., etc. But I think most people unanimously said something along the lines of, at least from the discourse that I've read, most people said something along the lines of, oh, I get why you did that, Kiara, and you are very nice to have offered this, but please understand it's a bad idea and you shouldn't do it, and you should shut it off because bad actors will take advantage of this, and you are only one person. You should not feel responsible for other people's, mental well-being because you are, as an entertainer, you're not their personal therapist, etc., etc. Parasocial boundaries should be kept in check. All of that. Now, this was something that stood in my mind for quite a while, since I saw it. I've asked myself one question, and ultimately that question is what led to this whole live stream in the first place, actually. This is ultimately what came to my head. Would I do the same? Now, obviously, I'm no Takanashi Kiara in terms of like size. I am not under any illusions. I know who I am. I know that I am like a nobody VTuber. I know, like, my follower count is low or whatever. I'm not real as far as YouTube's concerned, as far as like, other VTubers are concerned. Like, very few of the other indie VTubers I follow on Twitter follow me back, because they kind of take one look at my account. They take one look at my profile and go like, this guy has no clout. Fuck off. And then, they don't follow me back, which I understand completely. I don't agree with it, but I get it, right? Anyways, what I'm trying to say is, this is a very different situation I exist in than Takanashi Kiara. But I did seriously, genuinely think to myself for a moment, if one of you motherfuckers, if one of you guys ever had genuinely felt suicidal, would I break down? Would I be willing to just, maybe at least momentarily, destroy my boundaries, my, like, parasocial boundaries, at least for a moment, to intervene in your life and say something to you specifically in order to, or at least as an act of intervention. It doesn't matter, you know, what the morals of it are. It doesn't matter, you know, who are you, Charis Euphranor, to do this. It does, like, again, blah, 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 you're a nobody VTuber. That's not the point. The point is if I were in that position, and all it takes is like one person, really, that's all it takes. Where if I were to kind of destroy this thing that I had initially set up, but doing so would allow them a peace of mind that they are not privy to at that point of their life, and hopefully something that can spark, that can kind of encourage someone, empower someone, reignite this sort of spark in their soul for them to keep tackling life's challenges again, instead of, essentially, I guess, turning away from it all. Would I do it? And obviously the answer is no, right? Obviously you shouldn't do it, Charis Euphranor. Obviously you know the consequences of this. You are not a licensed therapist, and even if you are, there are proper channels for this. You don't have the responsibility, you don't have like the moral responsibility for this, and you shouldn't either. You shouldn't have to feel like you do. Yeah. I know all the moral. I'm the philosopher VTuber, okay? I know the moral angle. I know the ethical angle. I understand, yes, deep societal structural issues that we must address altogether. This personal intervention is not the way to go about it, due to several factors, one of them being that you are human too, right? I know that. I know. Consciously, in my head, intellectually, I can reason with myself and say, that's a fucking horrible idea. Of course not. I wouldn't do that. But as I sat with the question, and it kept gnawing at me, not in a situation where it's like, oh, here's a thought experiment. What would you do if you were in this position? It slowly eroded and became less of a thought experiment and more of an inevitability, shall we say. And this is not, ego and over. I'm trying to say eventually I'm gonna be as popular as Takanashi Kiara, and so I'm gonna have these issues. What I'm trying to say is a situation like this could feasibly happen. And pretending like it can't is irresponsible. So, Charis Euphranor, someone says that they want to kill themselves. Someone says they can't deal with this due to the combined stress and anxiety and, or perhaps factors such as depression that have led them, or just, all in all, generally a terrible environment without it and with no supportive network. If you as the VTuber, the streamer, can do something about it, knowing all the consequences of all this, would you do it? And I found myself saying yes. And that is what made this stream. Because if I just said no, I could have just gone about my day and not worry about it. I could have just been like, yeah, well, that's not good. I'm going to follow protocol and not do it because that's, we have this set up as a reason. This is the rational choice. This is the way one should behave in a society in the optimum outcome and solution. Yeah, bitch, but I feel sad. I feel awful. And I like in a situation like that, I would. I don't want to say that's already happened, but already I have, in the short time since I've started streaming, enjoyed the privilege of having consistent, people show up to live streams. Hello. Hello, you. To say nice, encouraging, supportive things, but also people who just tune in to VODs and stuff if it's not their time zone, leaving comments saying things like, hey, I'm so glad I found this. I'm just like hearing you talk. It's great. Well, what if one of them, people have come up in comments and stuff, and ask things like, hey, Charis, I've got these issues in life. I don't know how to navigate or deal with. How do you think I should go about it? I don't go like, oh, I'm not your friend, fuck off. I kind of go like, okay, here's how I would navigate this, but you know, it's entirely dependent on your situation. So you have to adapt it, right? For your own use case. So where do I draw that line? I don't know. I've never thought about where to draw the line. 9 months ago, or 10 months ago, is it at this point? I think it's 10 months ago, right? 10 months ago when I started streaming, I said to myself, I'm not going to be a parasocial VTuber. I'm not going to do the, you know, the weird bait stuff. I'm not going to fucking pretend to be people's bros or their friends or their, God forbid, their boyfriend, etc., etc. Like, I'm not going to do any of that. It's exploitative. It's manipulative. It is, you know, not only is it just unethical and unjustifiable on philosophical grounds, it's just me personally, it leaves a bad taste in my mouth. So I'm not going to do that. Okay. I'm not going to be parasocial, I said to myself. I said, I am not going to be parasocial. But it was only until 2 weeks ago that I really went back and really thought about what that meant. Feels like a very human response to have the knee-jerk reaction to want to help someone. Yes, it is. The problem is that, or the problem I presented myself with, I realized, is after the initial knee-jerk reaction, would I do it? I still said to myself, I think I would, but I didn't know why I did. And so I spent about a week thinking about this. Logically, it's too much of a burden for them, the entertainer themselves, to handle, but we tend to be feeling creatures who sometimes think nothing creatures sometimes feel. Yeah. Even though they can talk, but the same way not just everyone can save a friend from being crushed by a car and everyone can walk everyone from the bridge edge. It is, but it's like, the question is, if you can, if you know you can help, would you do it, right? It's not just, oh, would I try to do it? I don't know if it would help. But it's like, or at least that's like the softer question. The more rigid question is like, okay, you're in a crossroads. You know that if you intervene, you could help. Would you help or would you not? Right? I understand your empathy, but it would destroy me if I unsuccessfully helped a viewer through an episode. I would be stuck with the what ifs and could have known better. That's what Kiara must have been feeling. Charlie problem, it's a little bit, yeah. I mean, you know, if you want to think about it that way, that's the stronger version of the problem. Is like, you know you could save that. You know you could save a person. You know that's true. Would you do it then? And I found myself saying, I think I would, but I don't know why. So I started investigating. And this kind of goes, you know, we're going to have to go all the way to the bottom before we can get back to the top. Because right now we're at the top, right? We're going to have to dig down. Parasocialism isn't inherently a bad concept. Like every creator or person with fans tends to care for their fans as a collective entity because it's just basic human empathy. You're skipping ahead. You're going to have to give me a little bit of time. Could I have a recap of the Kiara situation soon and feel a foul loop? No problem. I'll reestablish this scenario again. So, Takanashi Kiara, famous, very big Hall VTuber, is someone I follow on Twitter. And I follow like the Hall lives and all of the activities, but I don't follow closely. I just sort of, like, I enjoy it, but I don't have too much time to watch everything, right? So I wasn't totally in the loop. But I saw a tweet of her, from her, that said, and I'll read the whole tweet out again, honestly, I think it's worth doing. You know what? Let me just... No, I'm not gonna... I was gonna say I'll just show it on stream. I'm not gonna show it on stream. I'm gonna read it, though. Because I don't want it to be like, you know, drama, VTuber, clickbait. That's not what this is. This is a very, in my opinion, very serious discussion. But it says, KFP, if I'm your, that's the fan name. If I'm your number one Oshi and my words mean something to you, and you feel like you want to leave this world at some point, seriously, please contact me, and I'll do everything to stop you. Don't think for a second she wouldn't care. I don't want to bother. I care a lot. So let me be your last resort, please. That's what she said. Now, I didn't know what the context of this was until I looked into it later, and it turned out that I think a fan of hers had committed suicide. This fan was relatively known for a while in Takanashi Kiara's community as someone who frequently, I think, made like 3D modeled videos as like, you know, fan. It's just like a different medium of fan art essentially. And Kiara has tweeted at this person and read tweets from this person multiple times over the course of like the past few years, I think. So it's not like it's just a random person, but it's not like someone Kiara knew personally. This person committed suicide, as the consensus lays. Obviously, we don't know the details, and frankly speaking, I don't wish to know the details. I don't wish that anyone would be able to know the details except for her immediate family and friends. Because, you know, this is frankly not any of our business, okay? The details of it, at least. But I think we got the confirmation of what happened according to a family member who posted on, you know, who posted clarifications for it. I would help if I know I can save, but I'm worried that it would make the situation worse. That's a totally fine, valid concern to have. That if the question in my head wasn't like, oh, would I do it if I was uncertain? Because if I was uncertain, I like in my head it was a bit murkier. But when it was certain, when it was like, I know I could actually, I would be able to intervene in a way that is relatively successful in helping someone bounce back on their feet, I'd say yes. Which is weird because I didn't. Now it's creating a bunch of problems in my head. Now it's like, okay, what's the limit? Where do you draw the line? Why are you willing to let down your parasocial barriers? What at all is a parasocial barrier? Right? Probably have to remember is that you shouldn't think of it in terms of saving people, rather than giving people additional support. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's being there as support in someone's perhaps more dire time. But you can extrapolate this into less emotionally upsetting and serious experiences. Say, for example, what if a viewer is having a bad day and they tune in the stream and go, hey, I've been having a bad day. What am I gonna do? Ignore them? Well, I guess not. So, okay, I guess I can support them. I'll just say, hey, hope it's going better. Maybe do a little song and dance, something. I don't know. Something to... What if then they say, they review more details, etc., etc. You get what I'm trying to say, right? Like, where do you draw the line in the sand? And I couldn't do it. I couldn't draw that line. I don't know. I had no fucking clue. I mentioned this earlier. Sorry I'm a bit scattered-brained, but let me travel back to 10 months ago. Or 12 months ago? Maybe a year ago, or two. Before I started streaming, I thought to myself I would never be a parasocial VTuber, but I never actually once considered what the hell parasociality is. Now, because prior to entering the scene, I suppose is the way to put it. I don't like to use those words, but you get what I'm saying. Prior to streaming myself, my conception of parasocial interaction boiled down to two things, okay? It boiled down to, like, Ludwig Ogren saying, I'm not your friend. And then the thing with Uruha Arusha, where she pretended to be everyone's girlfriend, essentially. And then got fired. Not for that, but for other things. And then... But then when she got fired, people were really sad because... And, like, it felt... To a lot of people, it felt like their girlfriend was no more. Sorry, I'm like stretching my fingers a bit. There's success when stopping it doesn't mean we solve the problem. We have to go back and and push them to the crossroads. Yeah. So there's like a ton of you guys are quick in relatively quick, I suppose, in seeing what can go wrong with all of this. But I'm trying to take it kind of one step at a time, right? To just walk you through my thought process. Parasocial activity or parasocial interaction refers to a kind of psychological relationship experienced by an audience in their mediated encounters with performers in the mass media, particularly on television and online platforms. Viewers or listeners come to consider media personalities as friends, despite having no or limited interactions with them. Parasocial interactions are described as an illusory experience, such that media audiences interact with personas as if they are engaged in a reciprocal relationship with them. Term was coined by Donald Horton and Richard Wall in 1956. This started with like TV stars and traditional mass media, and has over time evolved into what we now see and interpret as the live streamer equivalent, I suppose. He's actually been reading the Parasocial papers. That's not what I was, but that's not what I was quoting. I have like I had like 3 or 4 papers pulled up, but I was like, I'm not talking about the papers. They're too specific, and they're not like, they're boring, I guess. Is what I was trying to say. Like, they're interesting to me, but they're fucking boring and not really, they're far enough from what I wanted to say that I didn't need to. But I felt good reading those papers anyways to get a grip on what I'm talking about. This is just the Wikipedia entry page, which I honestly think does a pretty good job introducing it. It's pretty good. Like, yeah, it's haha, you got your sources from Wikipedia. Well, it's a good first step, okay? All this time I said, blindly, really, oh, I don't want to be parasocial. I'm not gonna be parasocial. I'm gonna maintain boundaries or whatever. And I didn't even know what that meant. Because here's the thing. The title of this, I know it sounds like a little bit of clickbait. Okay, Confessions of a Parasocial VTuber is the title of this VOD, this live stream. Yes, I am a parasocial VTuber, but so is like most, if not every VTuber. But parasocial doesn't mean anything in itself, or rather, what it means is very limited. What it means is just that you experience illusory experiences in this new dynamic and platform that's emerged from online media and live streaming as a whole in this digital landscape. There is a moment in one's head where you look at the digits on the screen and you think, yeah, this is like a real person. I'm going to talk to this real person by having them respond to me in a live chat comment. And I'm going to reciprocate by giving my thoughts on what they said. I think live streaming as a small streamer is considerably different, though, in the field of parasocialism, because you do actually become acquainted with individual chat members as people. Or do I? That's a good point to bring up. Is it different for a small live streamer? Now, what I wanted to highlight really about the whole making sense and being very clear with what we're talking about, that is, parasocial interaction, is that it's not just, parasocial bad, don't parasocial. Parasocial is not good. VTuber equal parasocial equal bad. It's not that. It's the unavoidable experience you have when interacting online with people through these capacities. The key distinction, in my opinion, what makes it parasocial and not just a social interaction, okay? What makes it not just social, but what makes it parasocial is that it is not equal, or it's not reciprocated. That to me is what marks it as parasocial. Because you can form friendships online, and they may be different from IRL friendships, and I may have another opinion on whether or not, or what the value of online friendships are, but that's like a whole other thing. Okay, that's like a whole different thing. That's not all. Well, it is related, but it's not what we're gonna get into today. You can form experiences, social experiences with people online. What makes it parasocial is when one is under the illusion that what is happening is reciprocative, or at least is on equal grounds. No, donating $10 so like your favorite VTuber Oshi gets like head pats or something is not genuine interaction. But then what is genuine interaction? Okay, well, if you're sitting there having extensive conversations that reoccur, then maybe that's genuine interaction. If you put a lengthy, detailed comment in a live chat and the live streamer reads it and they respond to it in a way, well, that seems to be a genuine interaction. Okay. So again, right? How far does this go? What is it? What the fuck are we dealing with here? In my attempts to say, I would never parasocial, that's bad, I failed to notice that not only I've misunderstood the entire concept, one, and two, I am parasocial. I am. This is not like I don't do certain things. By virtue of me booting up a video game, or just clicking go live and talking about something, and then reading what people say and then responding to them in real time, or maybe even off stream. And by virtue of you sitting there, okay, it's not about you, it's about me. Okay, it's all about me, by the way. This it's a joke. It's a joke. I'm trying to speak from my perspective before I delve into the other perspective, right? Or like, I am parasocial. Because this is not a social experience. I'm not talking to you as equals on like, I don't know, on like a Discord channel. These conversations, everything, the flow of it, when we have these conversations, when do you get to see Charis Euphranor? You don't fucking decide when you get to see Charis Euphranor. I decide when you get to see Charis Euphranor. I am the one who decides. Likewise, when you put up a comment, I can just ignore it. I can go like, fuck it, I'm not reading that. And then I'm just not going to read it. You can't ignore me unless you like leave, but that's like a whole other thing, right? But this is not an equal dynamic. Now, to people who don't even type, who don't even say things, you're just kind of tuning in and you're lurking. A lot of you there, I know. And I've seen some names pop up very rarely and occasionally, who aren't active chatters, but they're like, they're usually here in live streams as well, which I appreciate greatly, of course. Can also fall victim to this illusory experience by just sitting there and listening to a guy talk. That's what I'm doing. I'm just sitting here and I'm talking. I'm saying things. I'm expressing my thoughts. I'm talking about the latest gossip or the latest news. I'm playing a video game and I'm reacting to things in a way that is maybe fun to watch, hopefully. There's no such thing as my stream is not parasocial. It's because the parasocial experience is not determined by the content. It is influenced by the content, but it is not determined. Now you can bait people into parasocial interaction by doing things like leaning very close to a microphone and then saying things one would say to like a significant other in a romantic context, on like a 3DO microphone. You could do that. And I'm not gonna just say that's bad. But what I am saying is like this is a spectrum. It truly is. And I'm not immune to it being parasocial. That is not a thing that I can just say that I'm not doing and avoid. It's happening. One way or another, impressionable, younger, hopefully not too young, people will enter chat or not enter chat really, or just like click into it because it's on YouTube. It's fucking everyone watches YouTube. And if they choose to stay, are exposed to my yapping a lot. Oh god. No, it's not Hegel's master slave dialectic. We're not getting into Hegel. We're not getting into Hegelian shit today. Oh, I fucking hate Hegel, man. Okay, sorry. BFV VTuber content, they will never make me like you. That's its own thing. That's its own thing. That has its own conversation to be had. But I'm not, or at least I don't think it's too relevant to have today. Point is, I realize that, you know, rather than try to say, oh, I'm just going to avoid being parasocial, I have to embrace the idea that this is going to be parasocial to some extent and what I can do about it. Now, at least in the week, I'm going off the Wikipedia section to like structure my thoughts. There are extensive studies on the positive and negative consequences of this. So it's not just all terrible. This is not really so much for streamers because it's a more recent thing, but this research is rooted in television or, you know, celebrities, traditional celebrities in mass media. But positive things can come about. You can just, you know, the bullet points are identity formation, learning about things, and just overall, like, I don't want to say companionship as a positive thing, but it's the sort of maybe coping with a lack of companionship in real time. And now this isn't to say that, oh, just don't be a loser in your room all day who doesn't talk to people or touch grass. No. Like, that doesn't have to be the case for you to suffer a lack of companionship. It can be due to many other circumstances, including, and certainly not limited to, what the fuck happened 5 years ago. When we were all locked up in our rooms and had nothing going on and couldn't talk to anyone. You know, that explains the boom in VTubers and in streaming, I guess, in general. But it was this desire, this very human desire of companionship, of conversation, or just like listening to dialogue, or just someone say some shit, you know? It's a common and, frankly, I think essential part of the human experience, is to desire companionship, is to desire having friends, is to desire talking, like social interaction. What makes it not so good is when you conflate what is parasocial with the social. What's not so good is when you conflate what a streamer is saying to what a friend is saying. Now, a quick example of this, just right from the top of my head, of that, you know, I can say for certain does happen, is an anecdote with my friend. We were talking about a video, I think. We were in real life, we were touching grass. We were somewhere, we were like in the field of the outside world. We were conversing about this funny video thing trend. And out of nowhere, my friend goes like, yeah, like Ludwig thinks this video is like really like makes this thing look really bad, and there's this and I was like, and I had to like genuinely I had to do a double take, because I was like, oh, do we have like a mutual friend whose name is Ludwig that I'm just forgetting? Because I'm bad at remembering names. I'm bad at like remembering what people's names are in my life. I can sort of remember their faces and what they do. That's a lot more easier. That's a lot easier for me. But names I can never remember. So it was like, this was a scenario where I was like, oh shit, is there someone we know called Ludwig that like I just forgot? Like, what are you talking about? And my friend goes, Ludwig. Like, and I was like, who? Where did we meet? Like, was it like did we meet in school? Was it like was it someone in like in a different social setting? Was it someone we met at like a party or a pub, or like what's going on? What? And he goes like Ludwig Ogren, and I was like, oh, you're talking about Ludwig Ogren, the streamer, and what he thinks. And then I had to resist the urge, but I said it anyways because, you know, I am annoying, and my friend knows who I am. Like we're acquainted on, we're close enough that it's like it's okay for me to just be rude. But I kind of had to be frank and say like, what the fuck does this have to do with Ludwig? Who is like, why are we talking? Like, why does it matter what he thinks? I'm having a conversation with you. We're friends. We're talking about this video. Why the fuck does it matter what Ludwig thinks? I don't care. I don't care what Ludwig thinks. It's not like we're not talking about like a clip from Ludwig. We're not talking about like a stream highlight from him. We're not talking about like his friend or anything. This is completely detached from this individual. My friend kind of laughs, and we go like, and then he goes like, parasocial moment, haha, we laugh, and we laugh it off, right? We kind of just, and we don't acknowledge it any further. That's, and I would say I hate to call my friend out on this, but I don't. I love calling people out. It's fun. It's just, only if, they understand, only if it's clear that I love them and I care about them. And I hope they get the hell out of this, right? Like, we're out here touching grass. You're talking about the guy in the stream still. What is wrong? What the fuck is wrong with you, man? This is out of nowhere. It had nothing to do with him. Like, I surmised that the reason he brought it up was because he watched that like video we were talking about through a reaction stream that Ludwig did. But then even if he did that and he was thinking that, the fact that he thought to bring it up was fucking weird to me, at least. I literally had to learn how to not be parasocial, and genuinely feel so much better after acquiring it. It's a skill. Definitely it is. The VTuber Ludwig, the one in, yeah, that's right. The VTuber, yep. Cause he is like a VTuber, isn't he, technically? I know the VTuber community has has welcomed him with open arms. I think most of the people who aren't insanely gatekeepy, at least. But anyways. What's going on is not just, oh, the streamer has a responsibility not to be parasocial and fans should not be weird and not be parasocial. It's not just like, oh, you should or shouldn't do. This is an inevitable thing one falls into if not taught, and once either by yourself and you just learn from experience, or, through some sort of formal education, which I don't think will happen because it's going to take 50 years for a school to even know what the fuck a gargura is, okay? Like, it's never going to happen. But like, give up on the education system. It's fucking Jover, okay? Sorry. I'm a little pessimistic today because I've been writing about it and I'm quite frustrated. But anyways. This is something people are going to have to learn. You and I, both. And not just you and I as, like, viewers of other content creators. But you and I in the relationship dynamic of I'm the streamer and you the viewer. That's fucking weird. I don't think I know that. Please point to me someone who is a VTuber who has spent as much time thinking about this as I have. If you watch anyone that's like that, please link them to me so I can hear their thoughts and then talk to them about it. But you always kind of see the perspective, the parasocial perspective, one way, and it's through the eyes of the viewer, right? Because that's who you are. And that's who I was for a very long time as well. Now that I'm forced to confront this as someone who does live streaming and talks, and again, makes it a point to try to be as genuine and earnest and authentic as possible, and to have dialogue and interface and exchanges with people on the internet that show up to the live stream sometimes, it's a confusing thing to navigate, I suppose. I was insanely parasocial with famous YouTuber Technoblade who passed from cancer. The consequences were catastrophic. I understand, but and that's what we are all going to have to deal with. Now, we cannot rely on. Here's maybe the most important point I make in this whole fucking live stream. Really, is this: you cannot rely on people to just wisen up and not be parasocial. Like that's not a thing. The reason this shit happens in the first place is because our brains are just now adjusting to what a digital age is, even. And schools are certainly not equipped to deal with this shit. They're 50 years behind on fucking everything. So you're not gonna rely on public education. Okay? So if not that, then who is responsible, if anyone is responsible, for this threat now for people who consume things online increasingly more and more via YouTube or via other things? Because it's one thing to watch TV or even to watch YouTube and to watch a Twitch stream and go like, oh, I like this YouTuber. Oh, who is this? Oh, they made like Minecraft parody covers. Oh, that's cool. Oh, they do like fandom songs of fandoms I'm in. That's awesome. And then you check out, oh, they live stream. They do like gameplay. They go, welcome back, guys, to another episode of Pokemon Ruby and Ruby, where we I don't know what the fuck do you like, where we try to beat up Team Magma. I forget what happened to the game. I only played like Alpha Sapphire, and that was like 10 years ago or something. Anyways, this is an easy pitfall. Parasocial interaction is an easy pitfall to fall into, and none of us are equipped to deal with this because this is a new thing. And infrastructurally, no one's here to help us. No one's here to help you navigate when your VTuber Oshi graduates, okay? That's not documented well enough. We don't know how to deal with it. And one of the more interesting things is what is documented and what is talked about is 90% of it, at least, through the perspective of the viewer. Very few instances of substantial research are done from the perspective of the person talking through the microphone. That's me. Biggest parasocial relation was with a streamer I used to watch religiously, then transferred to another one of the same archetype, and then after I became their mod, I managed to transform it into a more of a business casual acquaintance relationship. Interesting thoughts. My thoughts are not to just say no, parasocial bad, but rather how do we, in this new age, adapt to the common pitfalls and the common terrible consequences that come from this, not just through bad actors with bad intent, say someone who is manipulative for the purpose of garnering viewership and attention and financial gain through subscriptions or whatnot, or maybe someone who is an influencer who sells you products from sponsorship money. But even unintentionally, like if your, say, favorite VTuber had health issues and they were like, I can't stream at this consistency anymore, I have to graduate from this company. And then you have like a week of people going like, what the fuck is a Gargura? And then subsequently going like, I have been told that Gargura is like the LeBron James of VTubing, and my condolences. That was a funny tweet. You wanna know why it's a funny tweet? Because it was fucking real. She's the fucking LeBron of VTubing, man. I know it's a bit misrepresentative and people will argue, but it's either that or I'm gonna have to say she's like the platonic form of a VTuber, and then I'm gonna have to explain what a platonic form is to you. And I'm not good enough to explain it. I'm good enough to understand it, I think, by now, but I can't explain it. LeBron mentioned. Who's the Jordan of VTubers? Calliope Mori, maybe? No, Calliope Mori has too much hate for her to be like a Jordan. Jordan is like relatively beloved, right? There's like way too much hate for Mori Calliope, man. I don't know who the Jordan is. Maybe like Iron Mouse. Maybe Iron Mouse might be the Jordan of VTubing. I'd never come parasocial with Charis because he's the type of guy I would find annoying IRL. You know, if he enjoyed from a distance. Thank you for your vote of confidence, I suppose. Yeah, maybe it's keys in the... is it? I don't know. I'll have to think about it. Anyways. Oh, shit. Sorry, that's my chair. Anyways, I think having thought about, you know, this dynamic and these relationships and what it means to be parasocial in the first place, and the fact that it's sort of just a permeating thing that one can't get rid of per se, but has to sort of embrace and be mindful about the shortcomings of, what do I have to say to the original question? Would I have done what Kiara did? Or would I do the same? Would I offer, if someone were truly suicidal, would I say, hey, you can talk to me? Fuck the boundaries for a minute. I have an answer. Or at least, I think I know what my answer is. That doesn't involve me overextending myself, okay? I can't do it. I want to. I really, really want to. I guess in Kiara's words, be someone's last resort. If that were within my power, I very much would like to do that. However, you know, rationally speaking, I know that it's not within my power. It's not something that happens. It's not, it is not healthy. It is not a mindful approach. There are much more negative consequences that can come out of this, even if you ignore bad actors who would take advantage of this, you know, for ill intent. It is simply, truthfully, a boundary that shouldn't be crossed. So what do I do? So now if I, so okay, I've told myself I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to extend myself through this parasocial barrier and offer my hand because, you know, at the end of the day, that's not feasible and it shouldn't be up to me to do it. So what can I do as a VTuber in a situation like this? Because surely it's not nothing, right? Is it? Is there nothing I can do? If one of my viewers were to feel that way, is there nothing I can do to help? Here's a working answer. It's something I've been tinkering with in my head. And as I've slowly gathered over time, something that might be of interest to my own research and understanding what it means to be a VTuber, because part of the reason why I started doing this is because I want to know as much about it as possible, really. I can never offer genuine social interaction with any of you, probably. Okay? Never probably is bad. I should just say, like, I could never offer social interaction without it being parasocial. If for it to be social, a lot of things and dynamics would have to change. For instance, all the power can't just be on me. Like, I can't just disappear and leave and that for it to be it, I guess. I can't just walk away from it with no consequences. I can't just determine when it starts and stops. I can't do any of that. Excuse me. But what I can do as the VTuber, right, as the person who is the parasocial VTuber, what I can do, what I can offer is a continued and ongoing attempt to foster a community, and I'm going to embrace the word now. I didn't really like the word 2 weeks ago, but now I think I have to embrace this word. To foster a community and somewhat supportive network of people that enjoy these live streams, that can engage with and interact with, not really me, because I'm not going to be there, and I want to keep my distance, but with each other. I can cultivate and foster a community that is excellent to each other, so that when push comes to shove and someone really is going through something and doesn't really have the proper nets to fall on, the proper social support and infrastructure around them due to one of many factors that could be entirely out of their control, there might be something there. And when it's time for such a, a drastic thing, I have to just put my hands up and let go and say, I've done everything in my power already that is within the realm of what I'd signed up for, within the realm of entertainment and as entertainer. I've done everything I can to, for lack of a better word, exhibit good vibes. And whatever happens is not up to me anymore. But because I'm not going to overstep my boundaries and engage in and actively engage in things and breach the wall that is between streamer and chatter, streamer viewer. But you can talk to each other. Okay? Let me try to sum up what I just said, because I was very scatterbrained. I'm sorry. It's been a while since I streamed, okay? You understand. What I cannot do for you, my Discord might be able to. This is the long and short of it. I know, that sounds like a bad answer, but you have to hear me out, okay? What I'm purporting could be true, and this is something I'm actively investigating and thinking about, so I'm not sold on this answer just yet, but my intuition is this is where we go. I could never form like a real relationship with you. Like, that's never gonna happen conceivably unless something very drastic changes with the dynamic that happens in these interactions. It is what it is. But you can talk to someone else who is also a viewer of me, and that can be real. You can have a real social interaction and relationship with each other because you are on an equal plane. You are all numbers on my screen. You are all tiny dots in the realm that is my YouTube channel viewership. This whole stream was a Discord plug. No, it's not. And to prove that, I'm not going to link my Discord here. I'm not going to. If you want to find it, you're gonna have to fucking search. You're gonna have to search through my VODs, by the way, because I'm not even putting that shit on. Like, I've actively decided not to plug it on any of my socials. That way, you have to be really into the Charis Euphranor channel to be able to join it. That's how you know. It's like, do you ever link it? I link it. My new rule is I will link it if somebody asks me to link it. If somebody goes in and goes, hey, I heard, like, do you have a Discord? And I go, yeah. And they go, can you link the Discord? I go, sure, I'll link the Discord. But if nobody asks, I'm never gonna do it. So either you have to fucking go up to me on my live stream and like type the words, can you please link the Discord? Or you gotta wait till someone else does it. and then you can find the link. Can you? You don't count. Okay, you're already in the Discord. I think you don't count. I'm gatekeeping, but not in a way that's like you have to pay money for it or whatever. Like you don't have to be in like a member. You don't have to. No, there's no like exclusivity in that sense. You just have to be really, really. You just have to be really dedicated to find it. Put in your channel description. No, I'm gonna make the search harder. This is a rant I'm gonna go on in another time, but let me just wrap up my thoughts here, okay? I think I want to wrap up my thoughts and finish what I want to say. I want to join, but I can't. I can wait till next stream. Oh yeah, Maurice, I don't think you are in. Okay, then I can link it to you later. I'll link it to you after I'm done yapping here. Okay. I want to end on this incident that's been resurfaced in my head and has caused me some amount of distress. Okay? I'm going to be a bit more serious now. Some of you may remember this. Some of you in chat right now might remember. Some of you may not. But, and let me look at the timeline. I believe it was 2-3 months ago. Let me go on my channel and take a quick look. When did I do the stream where I talked about Dostoevsky? No, it was the Communist Manifesto stream. Okay, 4 months ago, I think. No, that wasn't the first time this chatter came in. Around that time, 4 months ago, I don't remember exactly which stream it was, but 4 months ago, there was a chatter who came in and just said, "Hi, I found this channel. I really like, thank you for reading the Communist Manifesto. It's cool." And then subsequently also appeared, this person appeared again in a Dostoevsky stream. I think a few weeks later. And then this person appeared in a House Slipper stream. And has disappeared since. I think. I don't... Rat? Thank you for... Yeah, there you go. That's the name. That's their name. So... Rat is a self-purported minor. And I did make it a point. I was like, don't ever... If you can be a minor on the internet, that's fine. I was... Maybe I wasn't because I'm too old for the internet. I'm like 60, okay? So I was too old. But imagine that I wasn't... If I was in my younger days, I would have been on the internet too, okay? But you don't go around telling people that. You don't fucking go around telling people anything. But this person like started talking about things and sharing information about herself. Like this is all public, by the way. This is all like in my chat logs. If you go back and find it, you might be able to see it. This is not like, none of this is private exchange. I want to make it clear. I have never and I will never have private exchanges with people. Like, at least I would never initiate that. If someone initiates a private exchange with me, I will act with professionalism and courtesy. Like I'm responding to an email. Anyways. This person showed up and just started talking and going like, "Hey, I really like these streams. It's great. Thank you for doing them." And then a few streams later, and I don't know why exactly is the case, she apparently was homeless. Or yeah, she was the Russian minor with a living situation problem. Yep. I don't remember the details of why it came to be. I just remember there was a moment where I was just on House Slipper trying to like sort out the fucking stove or something. It was something like, you know, benign or something inconsequential. And then her going like, "Hey, I'm homeless, dude. What the fuck do I do?" And dude, I don't know. That is what I said in my head. And I felt something. At the time, I didn't know what it was, and I still don't quite understand what my feelings are. I'm trying to feel it out. I'm trying to figure it out, okay, as we go. But I know for sure it definitely sounded my parasocial alarm bells somewhat. Her parents kicked her out and she was on the streets for a few days. Supposedly she went back home though and was fine later after. Okay. Okay. We were guessing your favorite Pokemon, so from that to like homeless child, it was very jarring. Oh shit. Yeah, it was. I suppose it was very jarring. And there was a collective concern in chat and, you know, with me as well. Cause I'm like, I don't know what the fuck. I'm just playing a video game. Why are you going around telling me that you're homeless? I don't know what to do if you're homeless in Russia. I've never been to Russia. I don't know. But anyways, yeah, so I think, I don't remember exactly, but I think she was fine afterwards, but she hasn't shown up since to like any live stream. So I don't know what the fuck happened, because she could be fine in that instance and something else could happen that is worrying and concerning. I don't know. This person has disappeared, and as far as I'm concerned, might not ever show up again in my live streams. And that has, I don't want to say it's like dealt irreversible damage to me. It didn't deal damage. That's not what I felt. But it has left a very permanent memory in my head. Not the details of it, the fuzzy details, because, you know, again, I'm terrible with details. They remain like, but all I will remember is someone was homeless at some point in a country I'm not familiar with and asked me in my video gaming live stream what to do. And I just sat there and went like, I have no clue. I don't know. I hope you're okay though. Right, if you're here, or if you watch the VOD and see chat, I hope you're okay. Yeah. I hope that. I thought that went without mentioning, but maybe or that went without saying, but I should probably say it as well. If you're like hearing this, I hope you're okay. Please like send an update saying you're okay if you hear this, or maybe you are okay and then you just kind of were like, man, Charis Euphranor really fell downhill, huh? Ever since that male loneliness epidemic stream where, you know, it was revealed that he was a misogynist, he in the stream, I don't know why, he put up like a black void background and said, I am a misogynist like 200 times or something, and that was the whole stream. It was very weird. I don't know. But anyways, it turned me off and I never watched. So maybe, like, you know, that's the case and you just didn't want to watch live streams anymore. If that's the case, fucking whatever. That's more power to you, please. And I just like, but there's a part of me that's like, that's weird. I hope this person's doing fine. And I want to say that for better or for worse, this applies to every person who types one thing either in the live chat or just in a comment or like, you know, tweets at me. This isn't just, oh, I can just channel it out of my head at will. No. If you interface with me, I will remember you. But like, I gotta remember you in a non-parasocial way. I gotta be like, this is a viewer, I don't know them, I don't know this person. And you draw fan art of me and I go, that's fucking amazing, that's wonderful, I love it, thank you so much. And then in my head I have to go like, I don't know this guy. What I want to say is the parasocial struggle is not just in the viewer, it's also in, sometimes at least, in the streamer. And in this case, it very much is something I struggle with. I try very hard to not think about, like, any of you motherfuckers, okay? I do. It's been difficult. I gotta go watch a stream. That's you don't have to. I mean, you could. It's a relatively more interesting stream than, I don't know, 4 hours of me talking and like House of Her, or I don't know, playing Supermarket Simulator or something. God forbid. Which three genres would you want to visit your dreams to show you the mistakes of past, present, and future? Hopefully fucking none of you. Hopefully I don't have to be haunted by any of you. God. I hope my legacy is me introducing you to the Khloe Kardashian clip. I hate that clip so much, man. Thank you for showing it to me. I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. It's not gonna be any of you. I don't want any of you haunting my nightmares or my dreams anywhere. Okay? Anyways, that's the thing I wanted to end on. I wanted to end on this very real example of me struggling with parasocial interaction, not out of anyone's ill will or malice or ill intent or manipulative or exploitative encounters. No, it was entirely just a thing that happened despite me trying my best to maintain boundaries. And you know, this shit stays in my head. It does. She said the viewers PFP calling out to you. It's just like a big, it's like a big JPEG. It's like those Gary's mod, those Gary mod game modes where you have like a big JPEG that just chases you around the map, and then when it touches you, there's like a loud noise. And I want to say that the parasocial struggle is not one. Paradoxically enough, the answer to the parasocial struggle is genuine social connection. And while it's easy for me to say, go out and touch grass, go make some real friends, and talk to real people to ground yourself in reality, talk to your family members, talk to your schoolmates, talk to your professors. Please don't skip their lectures. You know, like, as much as I can say that, there is the recognition that, okay, but what if those channels of, for one reason or another, perhaps due to the increasing alienation that contemporary capitalist society is doing upon the individual and the people that it subjects this torment to, makes it so that it's difficult. What if that happens? Is it okay to, at least momentarily, rely on a parasocial relationship just as a crutch so you can get back to the actual social relationship? And maybe you can even start with social relationships online through like Discord, although you gotta be really careful with that shit. That's the whole thing. But like, you know, you want to make sure if you're having an online social interaction that you are very, very cautious with it. Anyways, I digress, right? In any interaction, you should be careful in general. I think it's okay. I think it's okay to lean on parasociality, parasocialism, parasocial interactivity. It's okay to lean on, like, and God forbid, you know, I think maybe morally speaking, it's okay to lean onto GFE, ASMR, your girlfriend comforts you by whispering positive encouragement to your ear, because if you're having a shitty day and you've got like literally nothing else, I think it's okay. It's or at least I understand why one would lean on that. I totally get it. But what I really want to emphasize is how important it is for you to recognize that this is a temporary thing and that you need to try your best to seek a permanent solution and not to be lost in the sauce and all that. Excuse me. It's Maurice, and I recommend looking through the transcript of streams. That's good that I'm sending you guys through an Easter egg hunt. Oh, how timely, right? An Easter egg hunt. For the Discord link. Anyways, that's it. That's my spiel on VTubers and parasocial interaction. I don't want to pretend like I'm not parasocial. I am, but it's But we have a misunderstanding of what parasocial means. And I think as long as you are mindful about what you do online, or continuously make an effort to not only be mindful yourself, but to help others be mindful as well of appropriate boundaries and responses to certain situations, meaningful and fruitful connections and relationships can spring from this in one way or another. You don't have to go around looking for the Discord link. I'm gonna post it. I'll post it like at the end of the stream or whatever, when everyone's gone from this section. Because I'll probably talk for 2 hours and then I'll end stream and then I'll do that. Right? I don't know. Actually, I shouldn't be doing that. I don't have much time and I should probably leave soon. But anyways, that's everything on parasociality I wanted to speak on today. In summary, God, I feel bad for Kiara. I wish her nothing but the best. And for her fans, right, of course. But also to the person's family members and friends, I express my condolences, of course. I don't want to make light of the situation at all. I hope that, although I tried to be a bit more cheery, this didn't come across as me making light of the situation. It's a very serious situation, and it prompted me to think very seriously about something that I had to deal with in my own head. But I want to say that moving forward, I hope we can learn from this and be better audiences, be better consumers, be better VTubers, be better viewers, you know, something to the effect. Thank you for listening to me rant or talk about this with some degree of passion. And thank you for, like, talking to me about this. I'm not going to end the stream yet, okay? I know I'm saying a lot of the thank yous, but you know what? This is the end of the serious portion. This is the end of the portion where I'm a bit more focused and I talk about things. Parrot can come back now. All right, Parrot, you can come out of the cage. It's okay. I hope everyone found that insightful or not. I don't know. I hope you learned one thing, or maybe if you didn't learn anything, I hope it at least shed some light on how I felt about the situation so that you now understand when I, like, ignore you, I do so in good faith, okay? We can have the hoo-hoos and ha-has back now. We can, absolutely. We can joke now. We can talk about things that are a bit more silly. Yes, we can. I just wanted that to be its own segmented portion of the stream.
The algorithm led me here. What is going on?
Oh, fuck. The algorithm led you here after I finished? Right after I finished my whole thing? Fuck. Alright, I'll give you a summary. Hello, Mini Duck. What's going on is I was doing a very serious discussion and I wanted to sort of break out of that. Fuck, I was just doing that a moment ago. Talking about the parasociality of VTubers or of streamers and what that means exactly. What is parasocial interaction exactly, and what I think as a VTuber as well. And I wanted to talk about the incident with the Takanashi Kiara incident, the one where we believe one of her fans had taken her own life. And Kiara's sort of grief-stricken response to all of this as a sort of, please lean on me as a last resort if you are a viewer and you feel that way. And then I talked about my own parasocial experiences, not, you know, as a manipulative and exploitative person trying to pretend like I'm your friend so I can gain financial support from you or whatever. But the troubles that go through contemporary digital interaction that we go through as consumers of, you know, YouTube and Twitch. I had just finished saying all of that, and now I wanted to just sit here and hang out for a bit before I end the stream. That's what I wanted to do. TBH, I gifted subs today because I felt like having more eyes on a serious stream would be nice, but if only you didn't fumble the first half hour. Fuck. What happened to my microphone? I don't know. I don't know what happened. What the hell happened to my microphone, man? Oh. Just my luck. Thanks for the explanation. So situation totally passed me by. Fair enough. It's like, you know, there's so much shit going on. Like, the amount of shit that happened this month is insane. So, like, not everyone can hear about everything. And even if you are, like, specifically a VTuber Hololine fan, like, I don't... Yeah, that was the thing. It made me think a lot about what I would do in a situation, like, if a viewer...
When he yaps, I listen.
That's good. But, like, I thought very long and hard about the question, if a viewer was suicidal and they reached out to me as a last resort of, like, you know, connection and support, would I offer my support? And I really want to say yes, right? I really want to extend myself and say, yeah, fuck the parasocial rules. I'll be your friend for a moment if that helps. Is like it's really tempting, but I've walked away with an answer that is like, unfortunately, that's not feasible. That is not good. That's not healthy. It's not something I should be doing. And so in place of that, my answer to a situation like this would be to say that hopefully by then I would have fostered a caring and helpful community surrounding perhaps my channel, that could act as that last resort instead of me personally, because, and hopefully that's, you know, that's good enough, I guess. The American current is high. Maybe you should take a 9-day break more often. No, I should just have clickbait titles, because I'm pretty sure my concurrent's high because some of you are new, or some of you like saw the title that's a bit clickbaity and you're like, ooh, I want to know what he's saying. I mean, in fairness, I delivered on all of my promises in my thumbnail and my title. I explained everything I wanted to say, and they were all relevant to the way I presented the question. Appreciate you addressing serious issues and talking about them on stream. Thank you for appreciating that, because it's hard to do this and without scaring people away, because there's a huge... I didn't talk about this during the void section of this, because, you know, I felt like it would be way too... Like, it's connected, but it's a bit... It's not too relevant to the main point. But, like, people who seek comfort are not going to want to click on things that are discomforting. And a lot of my serious streams where I talk about serious issues can be discomforting because I bring up things that are uncomfortable. I'm not going to censor myself for a bullshit fucking algorithm. I don't care if it, like, you know, blocks me, so long as it reaches enough, like, some people. I don't care if YouTube demonetizes my video or my live stream from me saying the word suicide. Like, this shit happens, and we need to take it seriously. We gotta stop the fucking TikTokification of censorship, not of topics, but of words that have allowed us to, like, it's not even euphemisms anymore. Like, we erode the sense of meaning we have on, and the grasp on reality, the grip on reality we have that's fading away slowly is being eroded by people saying, oh, like, unironically going, like, this person unalived themselves. No, that's not it. This person killed themselves. They committed suicide. Yes, these are, like, serious things to discuss, and these words are, like, these words invoke discomfort. They're supposed to. It's supposed to be morbid. It's supposed to make you feel kind of, like, uncomfortable because, like, you know, it's a very important and serious issue. That's why. And the fact that, like, you know, in order to speak about it on a platform, you have to use bullshit euphemisms to censor yourself. It's insane to me. It's insane. Sorry, I'm, like, a little angry today. I'm studying psychology. Parasociality is a whole thing. Understandable, but very hard thing to navigate. That's great. Do you have like
Wandering
maybe
Slacker has something to say.
Oh shit. Does Wandering have something to say? Hello, Wandering. Here's something to make up for YouTube's inevitable overreaction. Thank you, Wandering. Thank you for the super. Thank you for the super chat. I don't know if YouTube will overreact to this. I have no idea. Okay, I don't know. But thank you. Thank you for the kindness and thank you for the support. I have a question for you if you're a psychology major, and feel free not to answer as well. So I'm not a psychology major. I didn't do psych. I think I did one intro to psych class and I got a D+ because I'm an idiot. And it tanked my GPA. Like, I think that semester I ended up with like a 1.9 GPA or something. So I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed, okay, is the way I'll put it, okay? I majored in philosophy, so that tells you enough about what you need to know about my career prospects and everything. But I was wondering if you know of any contemporary research done for online internet VTuber parasocial interaction.
Was it a trolley question, M?
In English. I was wondering if you knew anything about that, because I have tried repeatedly to research on the topic, and most of the research I've been able to come across has come to the extent of like influencers. Like that's the most up-to-date research, psychological research has been done for like influencers who still use, you know, their IRL likeness and physical appearance and camera, and not VTubers, which I think introduces an interesting layer of complexity to the issues that come about the parasocial attachment that can come from this. I was wondering if you had any idea, because in my research, I couldn't find anything like that. I had to just sort of make conjectures, unfortunately. How'd you get a D+ in Psych 101? There's one of the easiest classes. It was like... Okay, let me just break character for a moment because I need to talk about this because I think it's an interesting thing. But just pretend, I'm going to say it and pretend you heard the specifics, okay? Just pretend you didn't hear it, okay? But like, it was an online class because the fucking pandemic was going on, and like, I couldn't give a fuck about what the hell the prof was talking about because it was so boring, and none of it was actually interesting psychology theory and concepts, which is what I was into. I was into the theory of it. It was just like the research methodology of it, like the scientific methodology, which, you know, I can respect, is cool from a distance, but my ass is not gonna fucking want to engage with this for more than 5 minutes. Hence why I'm a terrible science student, right? I'm trying to like better myself by following science educators and VTubers. Some of them follow me back, so that's nice. Doubt they're in this stream watching me because they have probably more important things to do, but like you can't learn anything from like a fucking online class, man. It sucks. It's so bad. The pandemic has fucked everyone. It's crazy. Anyways,
Hashtag true.
Thanks. Anyways, let me resume the kayfabe, okay? I'm 60 years old, so like a long time ago, when I did psych back in the good old days, it just wasn't very interesting to me as a philosophy major, so I ignored it. And then I got like a D. Would you consider doing a... Wait, sorry. Was it a trolley problem? No, it was not a trolley problem. It had nothing to do with it. I wish it was, because that's interesting. But trolley problem is more philosophical than psychological, so... Or at least the way people understand the issue. Would you consider doing it or making a video on 1984, actually, and maybe how it relates to the online sphere? It's one of the... Excellent question / suggestion. It's one of the things brewing in my head. I'm not sure how to do 1984. Because I know for a fact that I want to talk about 1984. Especially considering the way people use it. Like, people talk about like, and all the memes that come out of it as well. That's like, this is literally 1984. It's like the fucking, you know, that boomer political comic where the guy like peels off the calendar, and it goes from like 2017 or something is when that made to like 1984 is like the next month. Like, you know that meme and how it's everywhere, and most people don't really know what they're talking about when they say 1984. They just use that. They just instinctively, reflexively toss it around whenever there's any mention of like a position of authority. Is immediately like 1984, 1984, 1984. Mods have made a new rule so that you can't post the same shitty memes every day. 1980. This is literally 1984. This is literally 1984. And as funny as the jokes are, it does erode, like, you know, people's perception for what the hell was going on in the book. And here's one more thing. That's an embarrassing thing I'll have to admit on live stream. I'm sorry I have to admit this. I've never read 1984. I've not actually read the book. I read Animal Farm, but I didn't read 1984. No, I didn't avoid it. I never had the opportunity to, okay? So if I were, so I want to, part of the reason why I want to make a stream or reading, like a reading stream or at least like a video, reading it maybe, or at least talking about it, is because that's a great excuse for me to actually read it. Mine was online too. That's why you look up the questions on Quizlet during the quizzes. You're not being monitored through proctorial, then who fuck cares? Listen, when I want to think that I'm consistent in my beliefs. When I don't give a fuck about like studying for a course, it's because I don't give a fuck about the answers of it. At the time, I was like, I couldn't give less of a shit what my GPA is. I came here to learn. I didn't came here for like a letter grade. Fuck your letter grade. I don't care. I want to fucking feel something, man. And if I didn't feel anything, I'd be like, all right, well, this is a waste of my goddamn time. And yeah, like everyone's cheating, but like, I don't care. I don't care enough about the grade to do it. If I cared about the grade, I would have done the work. Is the reason why I don't cheat in my exams. That can be a whole thing, by the way. I've written like 3 essays about academic cheating. I can go on. I can do this all day. I can do this all day. We're coming across studies on influences and flesh tubers, but if I had to hazard a guess, since parasociality results from a misguided perceived
curriculum must have
sense
changed.
of closeness, the medium shouldn't matter.
1984 was mandatory reading in my high school.
That's good. I wish it was in mine, but it wasn't. In hindsight, looking back, I wish it was. But like, we read other things that were useful, that were good too. Like covered the relevant topics of mass surveillance and all that, and like, you know, strict authoritarian regimes and fascism, all that have been covered extensively by other literature we read, so it was okay, I guess, that we didn't read 84. Anyways. So, parasociality results from a misguided perceived sense of closeness and medium shouldn't matter. Here's where I might maybe beg to differ with you, and, you know, I'm not trying to say you're wrong. I'm trying to bring up an alternate perspective. In my research, I thought it was really interesting that some of the research I found stated that there's actually like a slightly different parasocial dynamic going on when people idolize, or like when people have parasocial interactions and perceptions with comic book characters versus media stars, like TV stars that are real people. Apparently that's a thing, but it's very cutting edge in the sense that like the study itself admitted that like, oh, this is not researched a lot, and so it would really benefit for people to, you know, think more about this.
Good asterisk.
So the medium, I think, actually does matter according to some of the research I've read, but there's not a lot of it out there. I don't know. Maybe take a look at it if you're interested. Should have cheated. I would have had a higher GPA. You and me both, okay? Me too. My honesty was a crutch and a detriment to my...
Imagine a 1984 anime.
But also at the same time, I'm like, you know, fuck, I don't care. I would rather be honest. I would rather be honest than be fake. I don't want to lie to misrepresent who I am. If my GPA is high because I cheated, then that doesn't mean anything. If my GPA is mediocre, I don't care about people who perceive that as me being dumb, because I know that's probably not true to some extent. To some extent, I'm fucking stupid, but to some extent, you know, I don't feel insecure about it. You know, I don't feel the urge to tell people, no, 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 my GPA doesn't matter. I'm actually really smart.
Like I did the work on those.
I did not care at all. Does it include anime? The study didn't include anime. This, I think. Let me look at it real quick. I think I have it pulled up, actually. The title of the article is "The Dark Triad of Personality and Hero/Villain Status as Predictors of Parasocial Relationships with Comic Book Characters." This was like 2020, so it's 2020 was 5 years ago. I don't think the research involved anime characters, but you know, have a look at it if you want, I guess. You know what? Let me just go into the document right now, actually. Fuck it. Check access. Motherfucker, what do you mean? My institution email. I'm not reading out my institutional email, by the way, because, you know, you should not know that. Okay. Verify and send link. Send me the damn link. Send me the damn link! Fucking hate this.
Any of the horrors I know is purely because I looked it up.
Have I talked about how much I hate academia and how they make things so inaccessible and how that is detrimental to the rising anti-intellectualism that's happening, yes, primarily rooted in America, but also just around the Western world in general. And in my opinion, my humble but limited experience and opinion around the world in general, I fucking hate it. Okay, I got it. I think I got the email. Dude, fucking, I had to jump through 5 hoops to get this goddamn article. Just give it to me. Why are you holding this away from the public? It's either worth the shit or it's not worth the shit. If it is not worth the shit, don't publish it. It's not worth anyone's goddamn time anyways. Nobody should see it. If it is worth the shit, it should be accessible and free and shown everywhere so people who need it can find it. And shouldn't have to jump through 5 goddamn hoops and like paid subscriptions or memberships of a prestigious institution or whatever to have access to the document. Fuck you. You sent me a link. They sent me an email
as soon as possible so you can see RTLV in a Google Doc and read it.
Oh yeah, those are articles with paywalls. This is not like an article. It's not an internet article. It's like an academic article. So I had to jump through a few hoops. Sorry. Okay, I fucking got the document now. Let me just Command F anime. No, there's no mention of anime. Manga? No, it's just comics.
If articles comics are gate kept through subscriptions, I automatically assume they fucking suck anyway.
Wait, they mentioned Comic Kit Japan. That's the only mention of Japan, though. I couldn't find anything. The article's like 13 pages long of like psych jargon, okay? I didn't do psych. Long live Shadow Libraries, true and real.
JSTOR is great, but I don't use it nearly enough.
Anna's Archive, my beloved. Z Library, my beloved. Oh, brilliant. I understand physical books costing money. After all, you have to print it. I don't think physical books should be free. I think libraries should make it so that it can be free, or at least very, very affordable to people who exist in a community and society. But I understand if bookshops sell books. Makes sense to me. I understand that there's a greed, or there's an element of financial dependence involved when you say, I want to sell my books, even if it's a digital online copy, it should be behind a paywall because I should be paid. I get that. What I am saying is, people who write important books should be paid enough that their books can be free anyways, without them starving or suffering career. Fuck all this shit, man. Fuck this shit. Fuck the whole system, man. Fucking, I hate. I'm sorry. I'm getting really like, oh god. Fuck all of this. This is why I'm like, I don't want anything behind membership. When I did membership, I'm never gonna do a member exclusive stream. If I do, I'm going to release it like after like a week to like the public or something. I don't want to keep anything behind a paywall. That is ridiculous. That said, I also don't want to make everything easy. Okay? Oh my god, I can rant about this. Hold on. The other day I was thinking like, because someone was like, you should post a link to the Discord. That's like, it was, and one of you guys did that again. All of you did that again actually, just now. But then you said like, oh, you should post a link to the Discord on your YouTube description. You should make a YouTube post about it. You should make a community post. You should put it on all your servers. You should pin it. No. You should you should tweet it. You should put it on Twitter. No, I'm not doing any of that. Why? Why'd I have to make it easier? What's the point of making it easier? I don't want like anyone. I don't want just anyone to find my Discord and join it. I want people who I can trust are in it for the long haul, who are like, yeah, this is a community I think I want to engage with and spend my time, my precious, because you only have 24 hours a day. I want people who are actually like very mindful of what they do online to have access to this community, and subsequently to be granted a lot of trust within this platform. Okay? He trusts us. It's in a relative sense, okay? I'm not giving you any of my passwords.
Oh, so you're just gatekeeping us.
I'm not gatekeeping you. I'm gatekeeping my Discord. But like, I don't want it to be, but I want it to be difficult. I want it to be intentionally, I want to make it inaccessible. Like, there was like a motherfucker. Okay, like I gotta not be rude here because you can trace it back, and I don't want to call that guy any names. But like when I was posting on Reddit, God forbid, when I was posting on Reddit trying to promote myself as a small indie VTuber starting out with no subscribers, I went on the subreddit like r/virtual YouTubers or something, and then for a while I did the thing that everyone did where I made posts promoting myself like, hi, I'm a new VTuber, I'm doing this, I'm debuting here, please check me out, here are my links. And after a while I was like, no, fuck that, I'm not doing that. And then I like one time I cross posted a meme that was like it's not a meme, it was like a manga panel. It was like a 4-panel manga where it was like Confucius as a VTuber or something.
I guess he wants to keep a space with a small community while his channel continues to grow.
Well, yeah, I guess pretty much is that. That's the business speak of it. But the angry man waving at cloud side of it is, and I just did the motion even though I know you can't see it, but I just did. But the man waving at cloud side of it is like, no, motherfucker, I'm gonna make it intentionally harder for you. Like, it's you gotta struggle a little bit. Like, I cannot hand everything to you on a silver platter. Okay, you gotta think, you gotta use your mind like a little bit. And so what I did was I cross posted like a post there that had like a manga panel of Confucius as a VTuber, and I titled the cross post, wow, if only there was a VTuber, wow, that's so cool, if only there was a philosopher VTuber out there. And I did not once say that was me. I just did that. I just posted it there. But it was under my account. So if you clicked onto who posted it, you could just see immediately Charis Euphranor, the only philosopher VTuber to exist. First and last philosopher VTuber, last librarian of Alexandria, desperately unemployed. You could see my description there. And then if you look at my profile, all of my links are there. But I did not want to put that shit in like the comment in the description, because I'm like, if you did not have an adventurous mind, a curious mind that was like, I'm going to go out and seek new information and knowledge for myself just because I am of such disposition to do so, you're not going to be interested in what I do, okay? You're not going to be interested in what the fuck I've got to say about anything really, because you're gonna say this guy talks for too much and for too long, and he's not funny, and like I have to do the Markiplier thing where I go jingle jangle jingle jangle. I said the back rooms, that's your favorite. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Okay, I don't want to do that for you. I don't want to do that. That's rude and it's patronizing and it's disrespectful, frankly. I don't want to have to jingle jangle the keys for people to pay attention. Either you do or you don't. Anyways, so someone, like, it was another VTuber, so I don't want to throw shade because, like, you can find this person. The backrooms mention. I'm referring to, like, something I tweeted the other day. Anyways. I'm referring to, like, the Markiplier. You know that Markiplier meme where he's, like, explaining, like, the backrooms and the SCP, and then he kept jingle jangling as, like, an ADHD joke. And, like, you know, he would know, of course. But anyways. Someone commented, hey, like, make sure you put your link. Make sure you link all of your socials and your media in the comments. That way people can find you easier. And I had to, with all my power, I had to resist the urge to be like, no, you don't get it. You don't understand. I'm trying to make it difficult. That's the point. If I just laid everything out like everyone else, then it's just a bunch of, like, spam. This is just, this is a dime a dozen. This is, like, not interesting. It's not compelling. There is no struggle. There's no effort. I'm just, like, throwing it all out there. Like, hey, by the way, like, no. I want to make it harder for you intentionally so that it's a natural filter. So that way I don't get people who do the thing, and this happens to a lot of indie VTubers, like, that I follow, at least I understand, where they subscribe, people will subscribe to a VTuber because they like the idea of watching their streams, but they don't actually watch their streams. And that tanks your fucking analytics, because what that tells YouTube is, oh, your subscribers don't give a fuck when you upload. And so then, like, your metrics are bad. Your metrics get really bad. Even if it's not from a metric angle, even if it's purely like, because I don't like to talk business very much, right? So let's not talk business. Let's just talk about, like, the way I feel about it. If you're not gonna actually give a shit enough or be curious enough to at least click on my goddamn name, to just, in one tap, you can find all my links. Like, if you are not willing to do that, then you probably didn't want to watch anything from me anyways. And if you didn't, then that's fine. That's okay. You go about your day. In fact, like, I want to make everything harder. I want everything to be free, but I want it to be a little harder, okay? Here's what I mean. I wish there was a system where every month YouTube would ask, I wish I could do that, right? YouTube would pop up a notification, and it would be an annoying ass thing that happens, right? Because it's going to be a red dot and you'll be like, what the hell is that? And it's going to ask you, hi, we noticed that you didn't watch a Charis Euphranor stream for a month. Do you still want to stay subscribed?
You sure are making some people harder.
What the fuck? Anyways, what the fuck are you saying? What is that in response to? What? Whatever. Oh. Once I was looking for a chapter of a specific old ass book, managed to get a scan from Library of Tokyo University thanks to their website. That was pretty sweet. Oh, okay, that's good. I'll keep that in mind then. Sci-Hub works great for psych papers. Pre-2020. Oh, okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm like reading through comments now. I'm reading tabs. I was just blinded by rage for a moment. Sorry. Honestly, I think VTubers watchers are predisposed towards the type of content considering how popular Zatsu streams, conscious streams are. Hopefully they are. Hopefully. It's giving starving artist? It might be. Bro commented with the best intentions. He did. Like I'm sure he like meant well, because he was like, "Oh, you must be like," but the idea was like, or at least the tone I read it, because I was like I'm like a little easy to. Like I will go into a rant very easily, right? Not at anyone, but at like the state of things in general. I don't get angry at people. I don't think I've ever. I'm super patient with people. I don't get angry with people. I get angry at like concepts and like systems and like ideas and like phenomena and like happenings in the world. That's like I'll get angry at that shit very easily, but I do not get angry at people. So I had to resist the urge to get to you know, say anything when the guy was like, you know, hey, you must be new here. He didn't say dumbass, but I heard dumbass, right? Like, but like, you know, like in my head, I just read, hey, dumbass, you must be new here. Whenever people post about whenever people make posts to self-promote, they usually link their medias because, and this is what's actually what the guy actually said was, people can't be bothered to find you if you don't post it here. And in my head, I'm like, that's the point. If you can't be fucked to click once on my profile to just see all my links there, I can't be fucked to give you my links, okay? You're gonna have to earn this. Yes, you're gonna have to put in the work to watch this. I want YouTube every month to piss people off. I wish it did, really. To ask for like a confirmation from people, from all of my subscribers. Hey, you haven't watched, or maybe even if you did, right? Hey, we noticed you didn't like a lot of the streams, or you didn't comment, or you didn't engage with it. You didn't really watch what they were doing. Do you still want to stay subscribed? You have been unsubscribed by default. If you want to subscribe back, please click here. That's what I want every time. I want every month there should be like a purge. Every month, like 100 people should die. Okay, not like 100 people, but like I don't know how many people are subscribed and they don't watch anything, but every month you should be purged from this channel. And if you want to, like, because you don't want this, that way I don't have any misconceptions when I look at like a follower count or like a subscriber count that, oh, these are people who are actively willing to engage with what I have to say and post. And then I end the stream and there's like 10 views. That's not the case anymore, but you know, like, if you know what I'm saying, you know what I'm saying. Setting up natural filters and making audiences struggle is real philosopher vibes. That's the point. That's the point. You must stop succumbing to society's urge to tell you that everything should be easy and handed to you on a silver platter, and every goddamn link should be in the comments everywhere, and every Discord invite is like plastered around and easy to find. No, some shit's gotta be difficult, okay? Something's gotta be difficult. And I'm not saying your life has to be more difficult. No. Our lives, it's a paradox, you see. It's a paradox. People's lives are getting more and more difficult because, you know, we gotta squeeze these cogs in the machine for every penny that they're worth in the Fortune 500 balance sheet, right? That's what's making it difficult. But then we're dangling little carrots in front of them and saying, no, actually, but you can have the easy thing where you sit down and watch Netflix and the program will just play it all for you. And then you don't even have to think. You can just watch a YouTuber tell you what to think about the newest show you just watched. No, motherfucker! Sit there and think for a moment. So did I say 100 people should die? I didn't say that. I said like 100 people should be purged. Maybe in my head I was making the conflation. Sorry. I meant like every month like 100 people. I want to see like 100 people gone. Okay. I mostly just drift from streamer to streamer, but I get why silent subscribers are not helping. Yeah, they're not great. Like dead. I think they're called dead subs. Is the idea. Imagine you show up to the Euphranor stream and every hour you have to take a listening retention quiz. I wish I could do that. Like every hour you have to like tick a box. You know, like how like robots, or to prove you're not a robot, you have to like click on you have to find the fucking traffic cones or the lights. You have to click on all the images with a car in it. Like that should be like an equivalent for that of like, are you paying attention, motherfucker? If not, log off. If you are not paying attention, don't even be here. Don't bother with this. It's giving Schopenhauer. I don't like everything he has to cook, so I hope it's not too similar. You said that? You said 100 people should die? Well, I didn't mean it, okay? So it doesn't count. That's not what I meant, okay? That's not what I meant. You know what I meant. You know what I meant. But like, I wish YouTube would do that. And yeah, I'm saying this as, and this is like, fucking, this is...
I was just looking through your old streams and I started cracking up when I saw Silence Brand on your KFC dating sim stream. Relatable.
That whole entire stream felt like that. I would not recommend watching it because it was such a pain to go through. I don't like the game at all. It's not very well written. Like, Colonel Sanders is drawn in a way that is attractive, yeah, but that's like it. The characters are lame and not interesting, and the story sucks, and the dating sim kind of sucks, and it was just not worth my time. It was so not worth it. Yeah, I'm just trying to like make it as difficult as possible for everyone. Because like that's what we need, is like we need to be good at struggling, okay? You need to get better at like dealing with difficult situations instead of just running away from them. Because if you keep running away from what is the most difficult thing, what's going to end up happening is you're going to realize that all your life you've been just doing what you've been told to do. And that's not it. You exist. Look inside your skull to find the soul sitting there and ask yourself, what am I doing with my life? Do I want this? Who am I is a great question, but it shouldn't be the ultimate question when you look inwards. The ultimate question should be, what do I want to do? Okay? That's existentialism in a nutshell, I guess. Or at least that's my interpretation of my existential philosophy. It's like, you gotta look inwards and ask yourself, what am I doing? What do I want to do? Instead of just doing what you are told. Okay? If I don't want to hear, not even as a joke, a streamer or a VTuber going like, you gotta like and subscribe for more. Fuck you. I don't want to hear it. I know that's like, it's inevitable. I know it's inevitable. I know that people have to do it for their metrics and algorithm, and I respect the hustle and the grind. What I'm trying to say, I guess, is that I am the starving artist, I guess. Like, this purging idea is gonna screw me over completely, by the way. Like, I'm not even at enough subs to make ad revenue from the incredible amount of watch time I get because of all this natural filtering I do. I can't even benefit from this, but I don't care. It's like, my art comes first before my Google AdSense paycheck, okay? Exploring existentialism stream when? I have done a few streams where I read some Kierkegaard, who I mentioned is my goat. But I plan to do more of it. I don't think I'll do a stream on just existentialism, because it's hard to... I think I know enough about it that I would not be able to give focused points. I would just start going off into tangents or specific links. I would have to like really laser focus, narrow it down. So what I would probably do is maybe do streams on specific works of Kierkegaard, or Kierkegaard, if you're someone who wants to police the pronunciation of like Danish words, right? As was one of my fellow librarians that I met, who was very insistent that I pronounced it correctly, and it's Kierkegaard. And I was like, okay, Kierkegaard. Anyways, my goat Kierkegaard has never missed, and I want to talk about some of his works, but I'll do that in time. It's not something I'm going to rush into. But yes, I will talk about like existentialism, of course. Struggle means being alive means learning means you can improve, never give up. Yeah, exactly. Look alive, be a person. Sorry, that is nothing. I don't know what the hell I was talking about. What was I talking about? Yeah, like it should be harder. It should be harder for you to watch Charis Euphranor. Not financially, but like just in general, there should be some sort of struggle you overcome for it to be meaningful. Okay? You should be engaged with the things you do, or just not do them. If you are bored of Charis Euphranor one day and you go like, I don't really vibe with the streams anymore, but I won't want to unsubscribe because that's like rude, or like, you know, that might be unsupportive. No, you should fucking leave. Get out of here now if you don't like it. Or type me a comment that's like, you really fell off since class of 09, huh? I really enjoyed when you were reacting when you were being a reactionary force towards something silly and insane, and like that's all I really wanted to see. So could you do more of that? And I'll tell you, I understand where you're coming from, and I see the entertainment value of that, but I'm going to have to balance that with what I actually want to do on my channel. And so eventually, what I will probably cover the next Class of '09 thing, but I'm not going to do 10 more streams on the topic. Yeah, without the '09 watchers. No, I don't. It's not like, it's not, I don't hate them. You are all my, like, okay, not all of you, but like at least 60% of everyone who's listening to this right now, statistically speaking, came here because of Class of '09. Like, I wouldn't, it would be like, what's the word? Self-consuming? Like, what's the word when, like, you eat the tail, like Ouroboros? What's the word where you, like, the snake eats its own tail? That would be me if I started going off on, like, Class of '09. The doctoral thesis amount of fucked up. It is, and I think people enjoyed watching me suffer through that, and not much else. You were from Date with Death, sigh. Why did you sigh? Ouroboros, yeah. Anyways, I have it out for people in general, I think. No, yeah, I know some of you didn't show up from that. I know. So, all this to say,
if people want more of you reacting to stuff like Class of '09, they can just watch you react to the she I say on chat. It's the same.
And I make an active choice to ignore it for the same reasons, okay? You just wanted you to know.
Albatross a bird?
I don't know. Is it? I remember. Isn't it like a pelican or something? I don't know. Okay. Which is to say, give me one moment. Which is to say, here's the link to the Discord.
https://discord.gg/sujgk87.
There we are. All this to say, I wanted to make sure I ranted an extra long amount of time in between then when I talked about my Discord and me actually linking it now. Here it is. If you stood around or you stayed around long enough for it, like, here's the link, you can find it. And you can join the Discord if you want. Or not. I don't care. Shadow dropping it like the Oblivion remake. I'm not like shadow dropping it. It's just I don't want to like plaster it everywhere. I want there to be a sense of like struggle to get there, okay? I don't want it to be impossible to get it. I want there to be an active effort made to do it. That's the difference, okay? Because a lot of shit is just impossible to get.
Like a bed sheet.
It's not folding. I'm sticking by my principles. This is literally what I said I would do. Now I feel bad for not having looked for the Discord myself as an age. No, you don't, because you just you paid the price, not the monetary one, but you paid the figurative price by listening to me rant about it for like an hour and sticking around for it, okay? Hates my comments because he hates... What? What did you say? What did you say? You are so mean, actually. Okay, fair enough. There it is. There's the fucking Discord link if you want it. I don't know. I hope you don't want it. But if you do, it's there.
Charis Euphranor hates women? What else is new?
People are gonna like tune into this stream for like the first time and not get the irony of like the misogyny jokes, because like this is gonna be the first time they watch something from me, and they don't realize that like I've done on many occasions feminist philosophy reading streams, and also for International Women's Day, a stream where I talked about notable feminist literature that one can read into, not just Simone de Beauvoir's Sick and Sex, or The Will to what is it? The Will to Change by Bell Hooks, but like more authors, more women authors, and like they're not gonna know this because that stream has like 70 views and is like the worst performing stream I'd ever done in the past 2 months, because frankly speaking, it's much easier to be a performative feminist than to actually do the fucking work, and I hate it. I hate that shit. I hate that it's so much easier to just pretend, because like I have to constantly battle myself and go like, you dumbass, you don't actually have to like look into and read into what you're saying. You could just, you come off as confident enough anyways, you could just make shit up. And then my mind is like, no, my integrity, my principles of being, and then like I get 70 views on a VOD because nobody gives a fuck about feminist literature. Actually, we all want to say that we're feminists, but we don't actually want to do any of the work. That's you, by the way. I'm pointing my finger at you. So actually, I don't hate women. All of you hate women. There you go. There you go. This is sadism. You watching us suffer and beg and plead after 30 minutes of the 9 layers of hell and you go fine. No, I said you're gonna sit here for 30 minutes and then I'm gonna give you the Discord link. That's what I said. I didn't say 30 minutes, but I said I will give it later. I was able to be desperate. No, that's not okay. You guys are not understanding the point. It doesn't matter. Isn't the channel like 75% male last checked? Oh shit, you're right. Oh fuck. I think you're right. Hold on, I gotta check. I haven't streamed in like a week, so it could be very different now. Let me check. Oh no! Oh shit! We're on 12% women! This is a historic low. We're on 12.5% female audience, 87.5% male audience. This is a historic low.
Chairman Haveth returned.
Hello, I have indeed returned. Oh shit. I just went on a whole like I just went on a whole thing where I pretended to be a misogynist for about 30 seconds. Oh shit. Gotta play a Yuri game now. I've been playing. Oh yeah, you weren't here. You weren't here. I spent the past week, and I know you know what I'm talking about, Zero, because your ass is following the Twitter as well.
Fix it right now.
But I've got into Path to Nowhere last week. And I've been playing it. I think it's my 6th day playing it, so I don't have Nox yet. But I've been playing it, and I got Zoya. I installed the game because I was like, I don't know who Zoya Path to Nowhere is, but I need Zoya Path to Nowhere now. I installed the game, and I got Zoya in my first like pull. I was so happy. So I haven't playing, but you know what I've been doing? I've been doing it off stream like an idiot. I should have been doing it live so I can bump my female viewership up. Fuck. Maybe that's what I'll stream tomorrow. You literally repelled women in droves with a male loneliness stream. That's true. It's true. I did. Okay, but what I will say, like, I know you're joking. But what I do want to say is like, not the racism and the misogyny, like not those comments, but like I've received a lot of like comments that were very thankful that I made that stream, which was heartwarming, like from women as well, that were like, hey, thank you for talking about this. It's a difficult thing to grasp, especially as a woman, because it's harder to connect with men on that emotional level and have them be vulnerable, because a lot of them are informed by traumatic experiences and like not being able to open up. So thank you for giving that a male perspective to the issue that is, you know, not insane and incel and like born from the incel pits of 4chan. And I was like, that's great. I'm so glad that people feel that way. I'm so glad that there's at least one person out there, like there's at least one woman out there who is like, who watched my stream VOD and was like, I can probably now see a bit more clearly into the male loneliness epidemic now. That's good. I can now converse with and help out my fellow men. Please stream it. Stream tomorrow confirmed. Do you guys want to watch
Charis
me
ever
pay
by a miracle reacts to Alien Stage, I'll draw him in Luca's first outfit.
What is Alien Stage? Did you talk about this? This sounds familiar. Alien Stage. Look it up. It's an ongoing series of animations on YouTube held by Vivinos in collaboration with... Oh, okay. What is that? These all have millions of views. What is that? This is 7 million views. It's 1 minute. I'll watch it. Wait, can I watch this? Hold on, I might get copyrighted. Never mind, I'm not gonna do it.
Bro, the copyright.
Yeah, never mind. We're not doing that. I don't know. It's a music competition thing. Ah. Okay. Ah.
All I know is that I've only ever been recommended Alien Stage by women.
Interesting. Nice comments of the video, really cool. The majority of comments make me want it. Yeah. No, I that's the state of it. So I'm gonna I've elected to ignore all the racism and the misogyny that went on there. I posted a comment that was like, sorry guys, I'm a little
Huge
too
fan
woke
of
for that.
Vivinos in general.
So you can't, so like please take that elsewhere. But I don't think it was enough. Anyways. You will get copyrighted. People just accept their fate when they react to it. Well, fuck. And I can't mute it and watch it. That would make no goddamn sense. I don't know. Maybe I will watch it. I gotta bump my female viewership up now. Maybe that's one way to do it. Don't think you're saying you're woken up enough to drive them away. I think you actually have to ban them. I banned one person, and I think they came back for an alt account, but at that point, I think they received the message. And frankly, it's not the contamination. It hasn't spilt and contaminated any of my other content. Like people who are insane seem to be confined into that comment section. So I'm just gonna leave it contained there. Play Path to Nowhere tomorrow. It will boost your female audience. All right, I trust you. I think I do because like. What is it about like Yuri coded games where the women are so much more attractive? I don't get it. I don't understand. Why is it? It's weird. Okay. It's not a hot take, right? It shouldn't be a hot take for me to say like women that feel like they're written by women or at least come from like a somewhat like there is an angle of a female perspective there. Feel a lot more like real people, and because of that I am drawn to those characters more. It's not like whether or not they're lesbian coded or they're Yuri coded or whatever. It's just purely by the fact that they feel less like an object, like a fucking printed cardboard cutout, because they all are. All of the fictional women you know in your life will not date you because they're fictional women, right? You just have to face the music, as do I, okay? You have to understand it, and that so do I, okay? Like it's just something about it makes it feel, something about the Path to Nowhere designs make it feel more like, yeah, these are women. Yeah, women made for women are drastically different from
Well,
women
you're
made for
telling
men.
me
Why
that
is
women
that the
treat
case?
women like people and thus write them like they're people? Crazy.
I know, right? It is. It's crazy. Desperate times call for desperate measures. I'm a little desperate. Like, that's an all-time... We're on an all-time low right now. Shit. 87% male? 12% female? What the hell? What happened to all the women? I made one too many misogyny jokes. Fuck. No, but none of you fucking watched my International Women's Day stream where I fucking talked about at least 10 feminist philosophers who have written extensive work that I've been told to read by women in my life who know more than me about the topic. It doesn't make sense. Make it make sense. Make it make sense to me. Fuck. The fact of the matter is, like, women are not that into... Not enough women are interested in feminism. And that's something... That's a very bold thing for a guy to say. I might have just tanked the remaining 12% of my viewership by saying it, but I stand by it. I do think this. I think not enough women are interested in feminism. Do the work, motherfuckers. Do the work. I'm doing the work. I'm not enough, but like I'm doing something.
There are whole subreddits about that whole shebang.
Posting this on Twitter. No, no, no. Oh. The men written by women and women written by men are hilarious because there's inherent differences in how they perceive the world. It's so interesting to me, which is like the gender dynamic things. Like I'm not an expert in. I didn't get my degree in gender studies. I got my degree in philosophy, but like it's interesting stuff. It really is.
At Hannah Z, there's a surprising number of women that watch the HoloTubers, but yeah, that's basically what the numbers look like.
Yeah, you would think that it's not a lot, but it's actually like a sizable amount, which is good. Like I'm happy that's the case. That there's like a good amount of women who watch the HoloTubers as well. You have female HoloTuber demographics right now. Yeah, well, it's not. No, female HoloTubers have better demographics than I do. I think. I don't know. YouTube views skew male, especially when it comes to anime. Makes sense. Makes sense to me. Whole subreddit's about the thing. I know I'm on men writing women. I'm on r/men writing women. I'm aware. I've been made aware. Asking more people to do the work about anything is what keeps them away from such complicated ideas. It's true. So how do I reconcile that with like the fact that they need to do the fucking work? Because here's the thing. It's like, how do I get... the analogy is this, right? The analogy is you need to catch the ball that I'm throwing, or someone else is throwing. Not me, maybe. Like someone is throwing. You need to catch the ball. I can tell you the ball's going to come here. It's going to come from this angle in, 10 seconds. Please stand here. Put your hands in this position to receive the ball. And then throw it back afterwards. Like I can do all of that, but I can't hold you by your hand. I can't grab you by your arms and put you in that position. I can't do that. Okay? I can't hold you. I can't hold your hand and then like have it in the position where you catch the ball, because then at that point you are not catching the ball. Okay? You must do that. So all I can do is from a distance go like, okay, no, stand there, move over there. No. Turn around, rotate just a little bit. Okay. Now crouch a little bit, and then in about 10 seconds there's gonna be a ball that like shoots there. And I'm sorry if my throw is off. You're gonna have to forgive me. I'm not very good at throwing, but you're gonna have to catch this ball, and then you're gonna have to like throw it back. That's what you're gonna have to do. But that's all I could do. And so women who are like not willing to do that work in reading feminism, but still actively talk about feminism, but instead of rooting it in any sort of basis of an established idea, just kind of have it slip and slide into casual and eventually ranked misandry is super frustrating to deal with as a guy, because how the hell do you as a man go up to a woman and say you're not doing feminism right as a guy? Like, what the fuck am I to do? I'm just sitting here going like, please at least read Simone de Beauvoir. Read like the introduction, okay? That's all you gotta do. Just read the introduction of Second Sex. Just read that. It's not too hard. Please. You can lead a horse to water, but you cannot force it to drink. Exactly. Yeah. Stop. That's not what I... Okay. Alright. Maybe there is a giant mass of turfs out there. Yeah, there is. Of course there is, man. Like, they're like everywhere. And they care a lot too. I don't know why they care so much. Like, shut the fuck up, please. It's not interesting. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck at all. I want to stop hearing gender identity discourse because it's so tiring. Like, there's like gender identity in relation to, like, you know, orientation and just the way people present themselves. That's fucking, like, that's a snooze fest. I don't care. You know what is interesting is understanding differences that do occur between men, women, how those things relate to NB people, what it means to be assigned, you know, male or female at birth, and how that has to do with, like, your psychological development, and what percentage of that truly is a biological thing, and what percentage of that is a social construct. Like, those are the more interesting questions. But we're still fucking stuck in the dinosaur ages, it feels like. Where, like...
Especially after what happened in Britain this week. Fuck turfs, man.
I heard, yeah, and it's just not getting better. It's not. Oh god, it's such a fucking... Do you have any opinions on biphobia? Not enough to say something interesting about it. From what I understand, it largely... Biphobia within or outside of queer communities is just kind of like queer phobia in general, right? Like, so that's not really, like, interesting to talk about because it's kind of just, it's all that. Biphobia in queer circles, from what I can see and understand, and this really is sort of an outsider perspective because I'm like a cis-het guy. I think biphobia in queer circles is motivated by people who have the wrong idea of equality, equity, representation, fighting for one's rights, and it becomes like my rights and no one else, or like there must be a choose one and it has to be me. They're the same. I find it to be the same or similar archetype of thinking as people who, when you bring up, for example, male issues, will say, okay, but what about the women? Or, you know, that doesn't happen nearly as much as the other way around. When you bring up women's issues, or you bring up female issues, and then you hear people go, oh, what about the male issues? Like, yeah, we can talk about that later. But we're talking about this now. It's like, okay, what I'm trying to say is, from my surface level, external, like, understanding of biphobia in queer circles, the people who are like that strike me as the same type, or they think along the same lines of as the all lives matter people. Does that make sense? I hope I didn't just say something fucking terrible that is gonna just destroy me, but I don't know. Like, I hope that's what from what I've observed, that's what I feel. But I don't know. I'm not bi, so and trust me, I've asked myself the question enough times to know that I'm probably not. I cannot keep carrying all the weight of making you desirable to women. Please try to be more of an EK. But I'm not. I'm an angry 60-year-old man. I've not lied about that. You people keep coming into my stream and going like, Charis, you don't sound like you're in your 60s. I am 60 years old. It's true. I keep telling you this. You have to accept it. I have to change my fucking BGM. I just realized it's too, like, casual. It's fine. I'll just keep it as is. I'll change it next stream. Actually, it's been going on for an hour. I'm not going to change it now. But it's too, the BGM's a little too relaxed for my heightened energy right now. Or maybe that's good because it'll help me calm myself. I don't want to appeal to women if it's okay, like, I know you're joking, obviously. Again, I know you're joking. But I do want to say, I don't want to appeal to women if it's purely just like a quasi pseudo romantic interest. Like, that's not what I want. I would rather not, I suppose. But that's not doing me any favor. My fucking Google Analytics any favors, is it? My phobia in Bayesian career circles is totally a thing. My experience is usually as a level of envy and perceived threat to their own identity. Yeah. It's captured. It's encapsulated in the quote. You can pass as straight or whatever. That's yeah. Lesbians viewing by women who date men as like, oh, so you're not really gay. You're just a straight girl who wants to pretend you are for brownie points. It's a lot of like signaling. It's a lot of like.
So you don't want to appeal to
threat.
women? You want to appeal to men? YAOI bait?
No, I don't. Don't read that. Don't read that. Don't read that, parrot. Fucking hell. George Clooney's also 60 and he's like arguably hot. He is hot. Is it arguable? He's an incredibly handsome man. Is he not? I just watched Ocean's 11 like a few months ago. Yeah, that's probably not when. That's when he was a little younger than he is now. But back then he was probably still like close to 60. And he's fucking like. I don't know. He's like he has a strong like.
So you can
traditional sense of
too.
Masculine appeal, I suppose. I can, but I don't want people to watch my streams because I'm hot, okay? That makes no sense to me. Because, like, this shit will fade. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna, like, grow old and, like... I don't know, I'm gonna... Actually, I'm a VTuber. I don't do that. Actually, wait, hold on. I'm a VTuber. I'm gonna have to find another line of argument. It's shallow and superficial. There we go. But the whole brownie points thing, because you just want to say that you're gay.
I didn't want to have to break it to you in these circumstances. Kidding.
Well, okay. I'm not. Let's not get into that. Anyways, let's get back to the biphobia in queer circles, though. I think it's you're right on the money that it's like perceived threat. I think people are insecure. A lot of people are very insecure, and it is not just those that are, incel type dudes who have never felt the touch of a woman or seen any it's not just them. People who are, or at least proclaim to be, very progressive people who proclaim to be all about equality and justice and all that, can also be like vehemently insecure about themselves, and that insecurity can manifest in ways such as this, right? It happens. Sorry, wondering, why did you say sorry? What? Oh, yaoi bait. That's what you're apologizing for previously. Okay, yeah. Apology accepted then. Never mind. I didn't read your earlier comment. It would be so easy. You every day I'm fighting. I saw a comment earlier that's like fighting the. I didn't read it out because I forgot to read it out. I was trying to explain something else in my head. But someone said Green Goblin mask voice, just do the ASMR stream. I'm doing it at 1,000 and not a single subscriber sooner, okay? Because I'm gonna confess. I have a confession to make. My name is Walter Hartwell White, and this is my confession, okay? I had planned and drafted, but I didn't record. I planned and drafted an ASMR stream / video for Valentine's Day 2 months ago. I did. I ultimately scrapped it because I just didn't think it worked. But I had that planned. I was thinking about that. But the thing that kind of made me scrap it was, one, the primary reason was because I just didn't have enough time to do it. Okay? I just had no time at all. And I was in a rush and I had so much shit going on. I was like, I'm not doing this. But the secondary reason was also because I was like, I shouldn't do the thing I promised to do at 1,000 subscribers early, because that undermines the collective sort of long-term not maybe goal, but also just the thing to look forward to, like up ahead, right? And it's good to have a thing in the future to like look forward to in some sense. That if I do it now, it undermines that a little bit.
This world is a prison, actually.
This is my 9/11. They fucking I know it's like, I know it was, the context of it is very serious, but I laugh every time I see like that Joe Biden image and that out of context like quote where he says it's like this is like 15 9/11s. It's, I know like it's very serious the context he's referring to, but the way he phrased that and how like it taken out of context is the funniest shit to me ever. It's so funny. You gatekeepy bitch. I am. I was like, it's undeserved. I don't think you guys deserve that. I don't think you guys deserve that yet. If you look at it under self-categorization theory, having people in your group that can also be part of the enemy group, non-queers in this instance, suddenly those people become a threat to them. It is, and people just need to realize that there's no such thing as enemies, but that's like a really difficult concept to grasp, and we got to do it like one at a time, right? Could have gotten an ASMR for stream for free. You could have, but then last second I thought, they're getting this shit for free? I don't know. I don't... The struggle is not enough to fill one's heart. I don't think I'll do it. I didn't record it. You should not have said this. I'm so heartbroken. Okay, I'll tell you. I'll tell you what the idea was, okay? And I will not promise anything, but the primary reason I decided not to do it was because I just didn't have enough time. But if I have enough time next year, I might, or between now and next year for next year's Valentine's, I might do it then. But the concept was, oh, should I say it? Because the concept is kind of related to what I plan to do for 1,000. But that's fine. I don't... Conceptually...
ASMR stream not dead.
Okay, so the concept is this. I'll tell you. The concept is this. Minus 12%. No, don't leave. I promise I'll do ASMR. I'll do it. Okay. The concept is, and I'll give it to you in the title. I think it speaks for itself. Voice in your head helps you cope with being alone for Valentine's Day. That's the idea. This world is a prison. I haven't been paying attention. 15 9/11s what? It's something Joe Biden said out of context, and it's really funny. But in context, it's very serious. I think it had something to do with the geopolitical issues in Ukraine. But like, and he was trying to explain the magnitude of the severity of the issue to the American people. But you take that out of context.
Viewership
and
plus 130% immediately.
Hello, Leo. Okay. But yeah, that's the quote. I don't want Charis Euphranor to be the voice in my head. Well, it's like, it's dubiously consensual, the fact that the voice in your head kind of enters there, but the voice in your head kind of leaves after 20 minutes or 30 minutes or something, so it's fine.
Helps me cope, in what way though? Like the rationalize my relationship status in terms of the rest of the world way, or the cry Jo before I go to sleep way.
Thank you for reading that aloud, Parrot, so I didn't have to. The implication was it deceptively seems like the latter because that's what people click on, and then it treads into the former. And by the time
of politics and current events, you should do a stream on Animal Farm.
I will. I'm thinking about 1984 first, but that is on my mind, yes. Sorry, what was it talking about? The idea is you click into it expecting to be sort of comforted and like just just maybe like a soothing, reassuring voice. It's like, hey, it's like, you know, like that might even border on a little bit of parasocial encouragement, that quickly then evolves or devolves into having you confront your difficult to confront with emotions of being alone, of being of feeling isolated, of feeling like you're not good enough, etc., etc., and facing those emotions head on, so to speak. And so the idea was it was supposed to just kind of seem like your average male VTuber Valentine's Day ASMR thing. But then as you listen to it, you realize if you didn't expect it, you are suddenly you are going to be put into an existential crisis that is then, sort of walked out of and resolved in a way that is true, like actually meaningful. And if you did expect it because you watched Charis Euphranor, then you have that. Then you have that. That was the concept of it. I had drafted it. I don't think the draft, looking back on the draft, it's not good enough. I think it could be better. But how it can be better exactly, I'm not sure. Not too sure. For one, I feel like I'm trying to do too many things, and my prose is just not elegant enough for that, so it's not gonna work. It should be a 1-minute recipe for pina colada. Could be. Although I'd have to look it up. Sounds scarily cathartic. That's the idea. The idea is, okay, so can I talk to you for a moment about the intricacies of
everybody in chat thinking with their lower head today, what is going on?
Yeah, you guys need to pay attention to this, okay? Because it's important a little bit. Okay, it's not important. I've already spent too much of my this is important, please pay attention energy in the stream earlier just now when I was talking about the whole thing. So I can't do that now. But auditive hallucination stream when if it's auditive hallucination, then it's that is torture. That is not very feel good. And a lot of people click into ASMR stuff for a sense of satisfaction or pleasure, right? Is the idea. But what I think there's a lot of potential to explore the personalized theater that is the ASMR playground beyond just I pretend to be your girlfriend for an hour and I scrub your ear or something and I tell you that everything's gonna be okay. I think that's fine, that's there, but that's only I think we're only scratching the surface. I think there's so much interesting space to be explored deeper within that people aren't doing, or at least, sorry, that's my chair, people aren't doing from what I can tell. So, and at this point, because I've been researching it so much and I've just accepted that this is part of my fate, that I will do it eventually, I'm actually coming around to the idea of making ASMR content. Probably not a stream, but making ASMR content. Because as an existential project, if you will. Because there's no other medium where that, or at least the type of audio that ASMR tends to lean into, is an extraordinarily close experience with one's sort of mind. And it's where almost your sense of self appears. Because when you're, I don't know how do I describe this? When you're at work, you're not a person, right? When you're at school, you are you are just a statistic for graduation, for alumni that will leave eventually with their degrees and then pile up more things in the workforce. When you join the workforce, you are pennies in the balance sheet, right? You are not a person. But when you sit down and put on an audio, an ASMR audio, there's there's a deeper calling into the person within that is soothing because it helps. It's like people who indulge in it feel, when they do, from what I understand and what I've researched, they feel seen, they feel heard, they feel like perceived in a way, like their sense of personhood is verified almost.
At Hannah Z in the right ear there should be Ringo doing a drum set. I hate how their songs need both earphones.
That's not what I'm doing. I'm not. Left ear, have you ever considered... Hold on. Have you ever considered that the... Oh god, this is hard. That the reason you're still single is because you can never truly have the capacity to love someone else until you love yourself. I mean, that's one way to put it. That's one way to put it, certainly.
Those are my favorite ASMRs anyways.
You do anti-ASMR with the point is to be to discomfort. No, like, okay, so yes and no. Yes, the point is to discomfort. But the point of discomfort is not just to leave someone in the state of shock or, like, you know, just vile, like, it's unproductive. Do you know what I mean? Like, when you're discomforted, it can be good and it can be productive and it can be unproductive. Okay, here's an example. You are confronted with a difficult question that you don't know how to resolve in your mind. That is productive. That is a productive discomfort because you're like, I don't know how to reconcile this with my views of the world. I'm struggling. I feel a little vulnerable, but this is putting you in an angle where you can better yourself as a person as you grow to understand the world more. Right? That's good discomfort. Bad discomfort, or like unproductive discomfort, is when you're in public and someone is very clearly violating your personal space and, you know, perhaps even like being a bit too close to you without your consent. You know, like those are both uncomfortable, but one leads to growth and the becoming of a person. The other should lead to an arrest. Do you see what I mean? And I don't want to be arrested.
Calling you a good boy ASMR but make it a think piece XD. Like yay praise but also dooming self-reflection.
I think it can be done, but my idea is a bit less like reactive. It's a bit less of a I'm reacting to the ASMR scene that exists and here's what I have to say about it, and more an isolated, self-contained, its own thing that I'm not going to tell you because that would be a bit of a spoiler, but it follows the philosophical ideas I've laid out earlier, so it's not going to be surprising. Like, you're not going to see it and go, oh shit, what? That's what he was talking about? Like, what I'm talking about right now is essentially what I'm going to do, right? Just gotta... Okay. Okay. All right. So, I agree with you in that it's not anti-ASMR, but it is something that's not just going to be the typical sort of blanket comfort that is shallow and, you know, uninteresting to me. There should be a layer of discomfort that is complemented by a layer of comfort, that is complemented then by another layer of discomfort that it might confuse you, but it shouldn't leave you. It might confuse you and it might distress you in the moment, but you shouldn't walk away from it confused and distressed. Does that make any sense? Being slowly cooked and molded into making a destructive ASMR. I'm not, I know what I'm doing. None of you guys, okay, you guys have some influence over me, but like this, I'm in too deep now into thinking about this that like, I already know what I'm doing. You really can't change my mind unless you give me a better idea, in which case I would do that. But I've not heard a better idea from anyone so far than what I have in my head right now. It's a great idea. That's more like, it's not BDSM. That's not what that is. It's like, I'm pushing the boundaries of what comfort ASMR can do, is what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to reject comfort-based ASMR content by saying it's all bad and here's my protest. It's gonna be like loud clanging noises and my nails on a chalkboard. Like I'm just rejecting the idea entirely. No. I want to explore what is possible, and I want to push the medium further than it can go. That is interesting to me. That is philosophically interesting to me. But like also, I'm really ambitious with creative ideas, and I end up in execution usually falling flat. So it is what it is. I don't know what I'm doing, but is this your idea in the first place? It's mine now. I don't know if it was mine in the first place, but I've stolen it. And guess what? Nobody's done it yet, I think. I've Googled countless times, like, existential ASMR, and, like, nothing that is similar to what I had in mind has come up, okay?
He says baby girl or something and I unsub out of like sheer panic.
I'm not doing that. We're not doing pet names. I don't think we're doing pet names. I don't think I'm yet comfortable doing that. I feel like that treads a ground that that does something I can't take back. You know, there's like I can't take anything back when it's on the channel. And I want to make sure that like I keep that in my mind as I do things. Imagine you actually saying BFE type shit. I just like couldn't. Because I would feel gross about it. Not because it's gross to like say those things, but it's gross to do what a lot of other people do when they try to cultivate a certain parasocial, and now we can use this word because we've explained it properly and explored it in depth in this live stream. But I don't like it when people do that to invoke strong parasocial attraction and attachment from their viewership that may cause or lead to illusory experiences. I don't want anyone to be, because that parasocial interaction is illusory. That's the idea. It's an illusion. It's not real. That's why I keep saying it's not real. It's not real. None of this is real. In a way, you have to understand what I mean by that. Okay, it's not real in the same way like Harry Potter's not real, but like, you know, you can read Harry Potter and you can gain things from reading Harry Potter. You know what I mean? But I could never, I think, like, devolve into BFE stuff without just feeling like I'm feeding into that machine, right? Into the somewhat lucrative, actually fairly lucrative industry of capitalizing on the loneliness of women. I'm just not a fan of it. I do not want to capitalize on the loneliness of women or just men, because a lot of BFE streams are like heteronormative as well. I haven't seen a lot of like gay BFE like ASMR actually. I don't think I've ever seen much. I've seen some, but not a lot. A lot of it is not ASMR. A lot of it just kind of treads into explicit content. But yeah, is that what dating sims are? Yeah, they are. But I'm not. And again, I'm not. But that's exactly. You're right. You're exactly right. And I'm not interested in doing a dating sim. Very lucrative, but you pay with your soul. Yeah, you do. Well, you don't actually like. I don't think it's that bad actually. BFE stuff for the person doing it. I feel like you can, as a man, get away with doing that, especially as a VTuber, and then just like graduate and then be like a normal ass streamer who totally pretends like VTubers are not real and like, you know, just delve straight back into the normie sphere. When I say normal, that's what I mean. I mean like normie. Okay, that's what I mean. I mean people who are not into this niche microcosm of VTubing, right? And ASMR culture. But anyways, like you can do it. It's just like as a guy, and I think you don't pay the point. You're not paying with your soul to do BFE content. You're paying with your soul to make exploitative content. It just so happens to take the form of BFE. Because there can also be other things, right? I don't know.
So like anime VA that happen to be streamers.
I guess is one way to put it. No, not exactly. No. Because you can kind of get away from one to another because of your pseudonymity online, right? BFE doesn't feel real if it's parasocial because I don't get that. Because I just don't get that IRL. Well, that's good. That's exactly right. That's what it should be.
I just remembered the Mayfumafo and Russia shitstorm. I meant the pay with soul part as more of it takes a toll on your mental health, especially if the fan base is rabid.
You're completely right, 1,000%, 100%. The Russia shitstorm was really funny, but also really like it was kind of sad, but it was also kind of funny. I'm leaning like 40% funny, 60% sad for me. Because on the one hand, the events involved were terrible. On the other hand, the memes that have come out of like the Russia fans in like the Discord call, they're going like, "Oh," is a little funny. It's a little funny. It is both sad and funny. And it is more sad than it is funny. I would say the ratio is 60-40. That's what I'll say. But yeah, like I wouldn't feel comfortable even if, like, I suppose I would probably do it if I were in like serious financial turmoil. So if you see me do, like, if you see me really pander into parasocial capitalism, just know that Charis Euphranor is dead, effectively speaking, and you are free to unsubscribe at that point. This is just the guy trying to make a living. That's when you know. That's when you know, okay? That's when you know. Keeping the hammer at hand if the pandering happens. Yeah, and I trust that you all will do that to some extent too. And I'm trying to make it so that you will. I suppose. By not doing everything you guys want. Because what you think you want isn't what you actually want. I'm trying to feel out what you actually want. But also what I actually want to do. And what you want to see from me. But yeah, no, BFE stuff is going to be super lucrative. Because, like, and it's only going to be more lucrative. Because, look at the state of the world, okay? You and I, let's just take a moment and look at the state of the world right now. More and more men and women and NBs. I think NBs will probably have it a little worse because gender dynamics, like the gender dynamic bullshit still has to be, you know.
Hi, hello.
There's like an extra barrier.
First time here.
If you're NB and you don't want to present masc or femme, then you've got like an additional like 3 hurdles to jump through. So I'm sorry for you. I'm sorry. I can't do anything about it, right? But otherwise, right? Like you look at the state of the fucking world.
Hi, lie.
It's only gonna be easier and easier to take advantage of people who are lonely. It is only going to get easier. Hi, hello, first time here. Hi, Lai, hello, welcome to the stream. You joined at a somewhat terrible time because I've already done talking about the main thing I wanted to talk about in this live stream, which is what the title is about. It's about parasocial activity. But I am talking about it now. I'm having conversations that relate to it, so I guess there's that. It's the economic indicator of a depression. Me when iDubbbz makes a content cop after like 7 years. I saw a comment on that was like, okay, sorry. Let me get into that later. I'll get into that later. Let me get into that later. I want to talk about it a little briefly. Hold on. Let me get into this. Look at the state of the world right now. It is easier than ever to exploit and capitalize on people's loneliness, one way or another. And one of the ways you can do that is by being like a BFE VTuber. Like that is definitely a lucrative. The demand is only going to get higher. Look at the state of the world. Look at how alienated we all are. Look at how divisive all these politics are. Look at how threatened women feel in general, at least in the Western speaking, like in the areas from which I consume my culture and politics. Okay, as an English speaker, don't hold it against me. I'm sorry, but look at that and tell me that's not a gold mine. It is a gold mine just waiting to be taken advantage of. It's so easy. Too late, I get, oh no, at least I get to know who you are now. You do. I am Charis Euphranor, the first and last philosopher of VTuber, the last librarian of Alexandria, and I am never going to do my introduction again. Unless someone else comes in and goes, hi, I'm new, please do your introduction, and then I'll do it. So it's like, what I'm trying to say is, I'm not financially desperate enough to do it yet, but I might be, and if people need to do that to make a living, I don't fault them at all. If people have to do that to get by, it is what it is. I understand it. I think. Because, you know, the pressure cooker is like cooking. So, like, you know, looking at that, I recognize my position as someone who is less
Hi, I'm
insane.
New. Please do your introduction.
You're not new, Lucy. Shut up. Because, what I'm trying to say is, sorry, I'm not usually rude to my viewers, by the way. I'm actually really nice to them all the time. Like, don't get it twisted. Anyways. Shit, sorry.
Hi, I'm new too.
Shut up! No, you're not. You need to try my voice to be like a cute anime girl so I can do the GFE stuff. I sympathize with the training my voice to sound like a cute anime girl part. You do you, that's empowering. So you can do the GFE stuff. Gonna push back a little on that, okay? But I will say, financially speaking, not a terrible decision altogether. Stop, guys, stop, please. This is a new person. This person doesn't know. This person doesn't know. He hates women. I did like an International Day for International Women's Day. I did a stream where I introduced and talked briefly about the works of 10 feminist philosophers, or 10 feminist thinkers at least, who I've been told to read, some of whom I read, some of whom I haven't yet, because I don't have a lot of time, but I've been told by women who know better than me to read. And I did that for a stream, and it garnered no views, no money, like nothing. Nobody gave a shit about that, okay? People are ungrateful when I actually do feminist stuff, so I am now a grifter, and I actually hate women. That's the joke. That's the joke. Sorry, where was I? Before you all rudely interrupted me. Yes, the market for taking advantage of people who are lonely is just growing day by day. It is. The only thing pushing back against it is a sort of cultural consensus we all have, at least among some who are more savvy as, I guess, VTuber fans, but also just people who engage in contemporary digital media in general, to say that, hey, that's parasocial. And we weaponize and use that word and tell people that's wrong, but we don't exactly elaborate why something is parasocial or what that even means, and that it is parasocial, but not just that, it is also exploitative, is what makes it bad. But we do have the word parasocial we throw around a lot, and that's the only thing stopping the floodgate that is wannabe Valorant e-boys all applying to VTuber corporations I'm not going to mention by name in order to take advantage of the loneliness that women experience. And like, I'm sorry, I'm speaking from like a male VTuber perspective, and I am assuming heteronormative dynamics, of course. That's the only thing stopping me. That's the only thing stopping me. What's wrong with Valorant?
For every kill you get, I'll give you an uwu.
Alright, bet.
Oh my god, I'm so nervous.
Green, what's your problem, Green?
They overlaid the fucking CSGO over it. Hold on.
Every kill you get, I'll give you an uwu.
Alright, bet.
Oh my god, I'm so nervous.
Aw, you're adorable.
Uwu. Uwu.
That's what's wrong with it. Okay, that's there you go. That's what's wrong with Valorant. That's there you go. You had to ask. You had to ask. I'm pulling out the big guns. I'm pulling it out. Okay. Now you know what's wrong with Valorant. It's not. It's all online gaming. But I'm just, yeah, you know what I mean. Telling me Valorant is more exploitative than gacha? That's not what I'm saying at all. Okay, you know that's
my spiritual dick just went into my body.
you know that's a waffles and pancakes thing. But no, like gachas are entirely like they're like a whole different realm. So here's the thing, like the Valorant, not I have to stop saying Valorant. I just said that as a joke, but like the people who take it upon themselves as individual content creators to take advantage of and capitalize on the loneliness that people experience online is kind of like the it's kind of like your door-to-door, your working man's like MLM scheme. Does that make sense? Like this is like the average, this is like the common person's scam, multi-layered marketing exploit. That's what like that type of content creation is to me. That's very much the type of stuff that specifically, I have to make it clear, I'm not saying everyone who does BFE or like GFE ASMR or whatever is like inherently exploitative, but some are, and it's good to know which ones are and what the signs are, which is difficult. It's a whole other topic. They're like the average person who's like scamming you for money. They're the people putting in the okay, no, that's not right. If you look at like, you know, maybe VTuber corporations, they're like the scam calls. They're like the scam call centers, okay? They've centralized it and they've made it a bit more efficient, but ultimately it's still like the grunt work is being done by people who have to do this for a living, right? They have to make calls telling you your computer has a virus. Gacha games are like health insurance companies. Gacha games are like large global like health insurance companies that are a scam, but they're so ingrained in like the structure of like and can fully take advantage of like economies of scale in their scamming that it's no longer, you don't even see it as scummy anymore. You just see it as the natural order of this world because of how fucking like overwhelming it is. That's what a gacha game is, okay? So when I say gacha game, so when I say, you know, sometimes there are content creators who may be exploitative of people's loneliness. It's like it pales in comparison, in my opinion at least, to like gacha games. Okay, that's a whole other thing. I hope that comparison makes sense. I just came up with it. We need to cleanse, pull the TF2 part out. I think that has slurs in it, so it's like, it's muted, but I think there are slurs, so I don't think I'll do that. Yeah, that's the one. I recognize it. Yep. That's the one. No, so I'm not pulling that one out, no. Does anyone feel with my friends as a joke? I feel like it's not super out of character decision for me to make. What do you think of John Mulaney bit about online donations? College is $100,000 hooker and you're the idiot who fell in love with her. Yeah, exactly. He says this like he doesn't watch Oro Crony. I think Crony has like... I think what's interesting with the development of Oro Crony is like... She, no doubt, has a lot of pressure to lean into GFE stuff. Because a good amount of her viewership and fan base find her voice pleasing to listen to. It's me. I am viewership who finds her voice pleasing to listen to. But I don't want the GFE shit. Like, I think that is... It's not just, like, personally, it's kind of cringe.
Yep, me too.
But it's, like, again, it feels a bit exploitative. I think it's totally fine to joke and to, like, make content. Like, because this is just your fucking speaking voice. Like, this is just who you are. You can't really change that. That's fine. But the pressure to do it, to resist the urge to do it, requires some amount of willpower, which gives me a lot of respect for her. Because low key, sometimes, on occasion, and I'm not about to draw comparisons because I know better than to do that, I can relate to that experience, is all I'll say. Again, as I mentioned earlier, there's an increasing demand, isn't there? She's a full voice actress. Range is impressive. Yeah, she's incredible. I think like she's maybe not the first VTuber I watched consistently. The first one I watched was Amelia Watson, but the first I watched that I was like, I have to get merch of this VTuber because I want to support them, just because like I want to do that. Like I didn't buy membership. I didn't really buy, like I didn't super chat, but I wanted to get merchandise to support her in that way. And I ended up buying like fan art drawn by the local artists of my scene instead. That was like the sort of small but not insignificant financial contribution I wanted to make to propel, support for a content creator I watched, I suppose. She's an actual, yeah, she's like she's full on like professional voice actress, I'm pretty sure. It's your hot best friend, you don't have a chance with experience. It's funny to do in person. I would not do that shit online. In person, in person, I'm very good at playing gay chicken with my friends. Is all I'll say, I guess. It's an art form. At some point, it's just an art form. I would never do that in real life, I think. Or sorry, I would never do that online, I think. Because that I think is a little weird. Because in person, it's like everyone there knows the game. Everyone knows what's going on. Like, and it's funny. But like, if I did that, I would feel like it's a little, I don't know. Anyways, there's a lot of self-control that goes into it, I guess, which heightens my respect for people who are definitely like, if they wanted to bite the bullet and said, fuck it, I'll do it. Like they could be very successful in doing like BFE content, GFE content, etc. But they don't, for one reason or another. And I have to have a lot of respect for that. Because there is a huge financial temptation to do that. It will bring in money. People will pay money for it. There is a demand in the market for this stuff. But like at the end of the day, how much do you sacrifice for your art? Well, hopefully I don't starve too soon. I should get off my like moral high horse. I think. I feel like I've been on a high horse for too long. I think I spent a lot of time going like, I would never do that. I have standards and moral principles I adhere to. I gotta take myself down a peg. I don't know how to do that. Let me think. Let me think about this. Need to dip, really enjoy the conversation. Your algorithm paths cross again soon. I'll see you maybe again or not then. But good luck with whatever it is you need to do. Goodbye, goodbye. You said something about content cop? I did say something about content cop. Did I want to say something else? What did I wanted to say something else though? Oh yeah. I wanted to debase myself, but I'm not sure how I do that. Oh, I know how to do that. Okay. I'm gonna hold on to that. Remind me to debase myself towards the end of the stream so it doesn't come off as like I'm just trying to say talk about how good I am and how morally upright I am, okay? The content cop thing is pretty funny. There's a lot of debate about it. I don't know if people have seen it. There is a non-insignificant amount of people who are like, there's a huge like back and forth that seemed to me, at least before I watched like the video itself, to be reasonable disagreements with the quality of the video. Excuse me, I had to burp. I also muted my mic, so I hope you didn't hear that. If you did, then I'm sorry. Anyways, iDubbbz, of former renown as the content cop, famous and known for lampooning content creators who notoriously just had bad content for one reason or another. You didn't time to worry. Good. Okay. For one reason or another, has recently come back to do another content cop, this time on H3H3 Productions. I don't know if any of you have watched the video. If you haven't, just tune out for like 10 minutes. You have my permission to tune out and just ignore me. Oh God, not again. No. I'm trying to... Please hear me out here, please. I'm not trying to get into it. All I want to say is like, I watched the whole video. I did. And I don't think it was a bad video. I think it was fine. I thought he made like some interesting points, but I thought he also failed to neglect some other points. I'm not going to get into detail because, you know, I don't want to get into the
static *:_ chair HUH.
Don't read it like that. Just, you could read something else, man. Okay. But I resonated with one of the comments on the video, and it was like, I didn't realize how much more terminally online some other people are. Thank God I don't know anything about this. And I was like, that's me. I related to that comment so much. And the other comment that's like, since the last content cop, I've gotten 2 degrees and 3 kids and married or something. That was like another comment that I related to. Because holy shit, what a relic to dig up. But also, it itself, was it bad? Was it a bad video? It was like a fine video. It was fine. I thought it was fine. Some people criticize it for the wrong reasons. Some people criticize it for reasons that I think make a bit more sense. I would, if nobody knows what I'm talking about. What's content cop? Fuck. iDubbbz had a series, this YouTuber iDubbbz, formerly problematic, now slightly less problematic and trying to reform, but also has a complicated relationship with his majority edgy viewer base. Was known for making a video series called Content Cop, where he would lampoon and criticize harshly some other YouTuber and their content. We don't know what it is, the world is healing. True. And for a lot of people, edgy people, or formerly edgy, now reformed people out there, used to enjoy that stuff. I think I fall into that category. I felt a little uneasy about it, but because of the way my social environment was, content cops were like popular and it was like a funny thing to watch. I actually don't know what it is either. Reformed Edgy, but never watched them. It's hard to explain. It's just him. It's quite satisfying. Or at least it was in my memory at the time back then. I don't know how I would feel now if I watched his older content. But it's like a takedown. It's like a merciless takedown of somebody's content, attacking them at all their insecurities, talking about shitting extensively on their content, explaining why it's garbage, highlighting the things they've done that are terrible to other people, and just generally shining a huge spotlight on how this person is like terrible. And these were very popular videos, so much so that they had a sway in public perception. That's how strong they were. And he had a reputation as that, he is the content cop. Like if he shines the light on you, you are dead. Like your fucking career is over. And for most cases, a lot of people have not, I don't want to say never recovered, but have definitely felt a dip in their public perception since those content cops have come out. Most of them have actually come back in some form or another and recovered from that dip. But some people have outright quit, I think, or at least are never going to come back to what they once were. Those would include people like I Am Leafy or something. Anyways, this is all like internet YouTuber drama, right? And there's a new thing that came out about H3H3. It's an expose on H3's recent, well, I don't know what to say other than his recent incidents that are very controversial, I suppose. I don't want to comment on that because I don't know enough about it to comment on it. Frankly, I'm very uninformed. So, what I will tell you is that I think iDubbbz paints a good amount of criticism that seems to be well-founded.
You aren't helping
but
your
doesn't give
statistics
enough...
with this talk, Chairman.
I'm sorry. But I need to talk about it very briefly. I don't need to talk about it. I just want to talk about it a little bit. Anyways, yeah, the comment that was like, I'm not terminally online for this, I'm so glad I know nothing about it, is me. I'm so glad I have never even heard of what that was until I just heard, oh, new content cops dropping? What? Oh, H3H3 is a scumbag now? What happened? What? Clicked into it, watched it. Okay, thought it was good. I don't have any strong opinions on this because I don't care about H3H3 Productions. I don't care about iDubbbz. I have not watched any of these people's content anymore, and they've not interested me at all. Timeline is about the tariffs and cheap time. Watch Leafy and Nizian, which is infinitely worse. Well, I don't know about infinitely, but at some point in time, iDubbbz's whole like YouTube catchphrase was just two slurs put together. So it's like, it's definitely a relic of its time, okay, is what I'll say. But I wanted to say that like, since I watched that, I realized how in touch I am. And I was so grateful. I was like, oh, I'm just like, it's fantastic that I don't know anything about this at all. That I don't care even. I don't even feel the need to care. I don't feel like, oh, I need to know what the tea is. I need to know what the drama is. No, I had none of that. I was just like, all right, fuck it, I don't care. I'm not watching this again, I guess. I think I appreciate the video, but not more than it is. I really just watched it because it had the word content cop on it. And I was like, oh, I haven't heard that title in a while. What's going on? But yeah, people seem to be in deep discourse regarding the things brought up. I personally I don't want to be a part of that. I think people are discussing the wrong things. I think there are more pressing things to discuss. If you probably understand what I'm saying. If you're listening to me right now, you have a mind for what I'm trying to say, and it's not going to sound weird to you. Wait, I remember. Yeah, there you go. I've jogged your memory. He's the one who would... You know what's the worst thing? One of the worst things about me in like my earlier years is like, it's not that I agreed with it, but I couldn't disagree with the argument that Idubbbz had when he said, "Oh, but like I can say," he's like a white dude, by the way. I don't if you don't, in case you don't know, he's like just a pasty white dude, and one of the things he does is he just says the N-word. Like he just will say the slur just cuz. And his defense is, oh, the slur is a word and we give power to words. So me saying it in a way that is not inherently hateful towards black people depowers the word, so it's okay for me, and in fact is a good thing for me to say. And that is a loaded argument to get into. I think even if one were to agree with that stance back then, it's certainly a very different socio-political climate now, that you have to understand and account for the people that, or like the increasingly bubbled and echo chambers that have popped up since then for actual hate to take place, that just screens through all of your irony and your sarcasm and your attempts to, you know, depower it, so to speak, and just go straight to weaponizing it again, like, and normalizing the weaponization of these words, of this hate speech. So like, even if you agree with it back then, this shit is not the same situation now. But anyways, watching that and like kind of thinking about the Idubbbz era again really did make me think how far I've come. Like I wasn't like, you know, I wasn't that edgy as a younger person. I don't think I was, at least. I was generally just respectful, pretty much. I want to think that I was kind and respectful for most of, if not all of my life. So like I don't think I had that phase per se. But the fact that the climate at the time made it acceptable in social environments, say like a school or whatever, to just go around doing that shit, talking about that stuff, is such a jarring experience compared to what, you know, the way the world is right now. It's funny because the content I consumed was edgy, but I was respectful. There's a lot of people I had a few friends that are like that, and that's like, it makes sense to me too, because it's like maybe a sense of I don't know what it is. But it makes sense to me. I'm just a hater in free time. Anyways, yeah. Anyways, I don't want to talk about that for too long. I'm gonna end the stream very shortly, but before I end the stream, I said earlier that I needed to take myself down a peg because I spent all stream talking about, like, all of the stream I've portrayed myself in a relatively positive light, so I gotta take myself down a peg or two. Okay, here's how I'm gonna take myself down a peg or two. I think I was in Path to Nowhere for like the whole week last week, and I thought to myself, man, is it okay if I enjoy the objectification of women if it's done by other women? Like, by objectification, I mean, like, you know, fictional characters, of course, not like real people, but like, I'm playing this fucking gacha game, and these are the worst thoughts that come into my head. I'm thinking like, okay, we're sexualizing the women. We are, don't get me wrong, like, the women are, the fictional characters here are portrayed in a way where you're supposed to be like, Zam, is like how you're supposed to react to it. But is it like okay for me to enjoy this if it's done for the female gaze instead of the male gaze? If so, why? Like, why is that less problematic for me? And then I had a real crisis. Because obviously, first of all, these are not real people. There's one important point. The second point is like, I'm just enjoying. I'm just like ogling. Okay, that's what I'm doing. All right, that's what it is. Okay, I have to take myself down a peg somehow. It's okay because now women are sexualizing you. It's balanced. It's not how it works. It's not how it works. What I mean is, like, you know, like, can I play Path to Nowhere and just like ogle at the women and not feel like ashamed more than usual. Like I will like there should be shame. There should be some amount of shame of like you're a loser because you're playing a gacha game. That's a given. That's totally a given. I understand this. I'm familiar with that. What I'm struggling with is like, should I also be ashamed because these fictional women who are designed clearly to like, you know, get your money and are drawn to be as hot as possible and are designed in a way to be as appealing as possible to exploit your, you know, sexual orientation of femme presenting characters in order to pull your wallet out. Like, can I just say like, I want to collect the hot women in this game? Like, is that okay? And if it's not okay, is it because I'm a guy? And if it's like, and if it is because I'm a guy, is it because I'm a straight guy? And I'm like, and then as I'm like kind of going through this and critically trying to see where I am and what's wrong with me, I'm like just clicking through the tower defense mechanics of the game and going like, so yeah, no, click the fucking, you need to repel the enemy at the corner here so I don't get like another sanity drop, so I can clear the stage with full objectives, so I can get extra current like gacha currency gems to roll for the new hot woman character that showed up. I don't know. Humiliation kick? That's not what I said. That's not at all what I said. That's not what I said. He's so bad he's having a crisis of pulling out. No, it's like pulling the characters is fine, but it's like, you know, I am like objectifying them, right? Because I'm like putting them as they're nothing to me but the PNG and like how appealing their art is in the PNG and how strong of a unit they are in combat. Those are the only two things. So am I objectifying women? Because these aren't real women. These are fictional women. These are fictional women created as they are products being sold to you. I understand that, but they're created to imitate like real people. So it's like, can I you objectify something that's not real? Yeah, exactly, right? But can you objectify something that's not real, but is designed to appear real? And that made me think of like the Android question. That's like is it okay to like abuse if it was like cyberpunk? No, sorry, if it was like cyber life, yeah. If it was like Detroit Become Human, and they sent Connor the android by Cyberlife, who is by all accounts an imitation
like
of human,
specifically to be objectified.
But he's like a product. He's like a machine. Is it okay for me to like abuse it? Him? Like, can I just disrespect his rights and beat the shit out of him with no repercussion? I don't know. I have like because it kind of feels like it feels a bit like yucky because it's like it kind of feels like a real person, but it's not a real person. So rationally, it should be okay. I think. I don't know. Like you could throw a rock. You can like beat up a rock. That's fine. You can beat up a sandbag. Like that's totally cool. You can beat up Can you beat up a sandbag with like a PNG of an anime character plastered onto it? These are the questions I think about when I'm grinding my gacha dailies. Are they not made to be hot? They someone drew it specifically to be objective. That's true. Yeah, they did, and it's like did it in a way that's human, or they did it in a way that is an imitation of human, because it's not like it's an ethereal, otherworldly creature that it takes its form in. This is like an adult woman who looks like she's in her 30s or something. I don't know, with like a six-pack and like an incredibly handsome jawline and like just like a fantastic fit, you know? And like this there are human elements in this object that your suspension of disbelief for a moment holds is a person with feelings and ambitions, and then you play their story quest, and then they talk, you get their backstory, and you go like, oh my god, this is tragic. I'm so sorry that you had to go through this tragedy. This is like a made up person. This is made up tragedy. None of this is real. Do you feel bad when you look at Bayonetta 2, King? No, I don't feel bad when I ogle a Bayonetta. Do you want to know why? Because, and I've talked about this with some friends of mine, some of my fellow librarians about this, which is interesting, right? Bayonetta is, in my opinion, a relatively speaking feminist character, actually. Like, there is, I think the key is like in every point, even in a meta sense, when the game does certain camera angles where you're like, oh, we're zooming in there, okay. I think the game kind of portrays it in a way where like Bayonetta the character is always the one in control of those scenes and moments. And so it's the sexualization becomes not just like, oh, it's a male gaze, we're putting up like a female character for you to ogle at and objectify, but it's more almost like a sort of a reclamation in a sense. I've been made aware from behind the scenes stuff that her character designers and the teams of devs that have worked on the Bayonetta game series, I haven't played the third game, I've played the first two, are women themselves. So it's like, I think there's a somewhat strong feminist angle you can look at with Bayonetta. Now, does it get everything right? I don't know, but it gets enough right for me to not feel bad when I ogle at her, because it feels like, you know what it feels like? It's, again, fictional character, but it feels like, okay, but like you want me to look at you, like you want me to do that. That is something like, that is something you want as like when I say you, I'm pointing to the character, but the character's not real. So you then have to get into the dynamics of like the creator and what fiction means and how that relates to non-fictional representation of people, etc., etc. Anyways, that's like a long way for me to say I don't feel bad ogling Bayonetta, because it high key feels like she understands that people will ogle at her and that she is empowered by that because she uses that to assert control and agency and impact in her like world. Anyways. I've seen the Ulrich salad bar video on Detroit. It's really good and covers his points. I have not. I remember you've talked about this though. I remember you brought this up. It's not the first time you brought this up. So I gotta go watch it. But not yet, no. Ulrich salad bar. Yeah. You've brought this up. I remember. Are you the kind of person that accidentally glance at a woman's cleavage and then wearing a V-neck and then go, "Oh my god, I'm sorry, queen"? No. Okay. There's like a. I don't do that. I think. I think so. Because I remember talking about Detroit, and I remember you going like, "There's this YouTuber, or there's a video from someone's name that has the word salad in it. It's a really good video that covers what you're talking about." And I said, "Oh shit, I should check that out." This has happened more than once. I'm sorry that I still haven't checked it out yet. Super busy. But anyways. Yes, tell us why it's okay to objectify Bayonetta. Ultimately, Bayonetta is like a fictional character again. I don't think it's disrespect to like glance at a woman's cleavage if they have like a V-neck, like if that's part of them. But it's rude to stare, right? So don't, but that's obvious. So like, I don't know, I've never been called like a creep. I don't think I've, hold on, I gotta think. Let me dig back down into the archives of my mind. I don't think I've ever been called like a creep or like weird or like, at least I've not seen any indication of that. So it's not really something I worry about. I want to believe that I'm not in real life like looking disrespectfully is the way to put it. And I think people know that. I don't know. The fact that you remember stuff I've mentioned I don't proves this parasocial. It is. That's the whole idea. That's the whole idea of today's stream, isn't it? Is that I will remember shit. And I will think about things outside of stream in my life, and that's not good. Or at least it's not good. It's just like there are boundaries to set and things to think about. Likelihood of you being called a creep is very low considering the way you generally speak about women. Yeah, but like, you know, it's never zero, so... Because that's like the worst thing. Okay, I'm gonna appeal to my 87% here and say this. Hey men, isn't it like relatable when you are generally just trying to be a respectful person, but it's hard to engage in any sort of, you know, social interaction, or God forbid even like romantic interaction with women because you don't want to come off as a creep, like, you know, the fucking insane actual creep weirdos out there, but you're just kind of a chill dude, but you don't really know how to navigate this because, you know, like you have to be more cautious. Like you would rather not take the risk because if it goes good, it's like, oh, I guess you like if it goes good, oh, you get a friend or like you get a positive interaction. If it goes bad, you could be in jail for being accused of something you never did. That has happened. I'm not saying it happens all the time, but I'm saying it has happened, and it is not something to brush away. So, in light of this, you generally just try to avoid approaching women. Am I right, fellow men? Can I get like a 80 from the 87%? They're not commenting. They're not like talking. Men don't like to talk about their feelings, which I get too. Don't worry, I get it. It's okay. Just nod silently. Just nod silently if you get me. If you get what I'm saying. I'm just speaking to your soul right now. Men are typically much less subtle than women when it comes to conveying interest. So if I'm talking with a dude who distance to me, I don't say anything out of politeness, but I know if that's the intent. True.
Sorry,
sort
I
of?
disassociated. What's the topic?
I don't remember what the topic is. I'm just talking about men trying to avoid being creepy. LeBron does not agree. Well, I don't know about what's going on with LeBron. Okay, I don't know. But I want to say it's kind of in my experience, it's kind of true that men are typically less subtle in conveying interest, but they also just don't. Sometimes they are interested, but they don't convey it. A lot of times, they just actually keep the interest in themselves, and they never even try to convey it. It's not even like it's either totally unsubtle, or it is completely invisible, never to be perceived. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking about. You can never be too cautious especially these days. And like, have I talked about this? I think I briefly talked about it. I'll mention it again. But like, I was in like a feminist philosophy class. Okay. You know, I'm pulling up to the like warped gender. You know, I'm pulling up to the Love and Deep Space stream gender ratio when I roll up to the room. Okay, you know that, right? Like, I don't have to establish that. You are aware. I'm like, it is the Love and Deep Space stream analytic distribution that's going on. And like, there was a moment where we would pair, like, so this was not even in the first day. This was like the 4th or 5th week. I showed up and we were doing like we would be assigned different partners to discuss things with. And so, although I'd been in the class for a few times, I'd never actually spoken to this woman next to me. And so we're talking about something. I forgot what we're talking about. And she says something about like how, like it was like I don't know what she said exactly. What did she say? But it was something along the lines of the relationship between men and women can like is oftentimes exploitative or something like that, and to the effect of a patriarchal society. And then I said I disagree, and my mistake was I led with I disagree. You should never do that. Now, this is one of the few times in life life would be so much easier if I was a woman, because if I was a woman, I can just say like, no, I disagree, and here's why I disagree, here's my points. But I forgot to do that for a second as a guy, like,
oh
and
Lord,
she
LOL.
got like immediately into like not high key, low key, like fight or flight panic mode, and like started like darting her eyes around. I was like, oh fuck, I fucked up. No. I go back, and I had to like, in the middle of my point, I had to backpedal. I was like, hold on, wait, I think we're getting off on the wrong foot here. I'm trying to, I think women are great. Please, so women are great people, and they deserve to be treated fairly, or at least better than they currently are in the patriarchal society. Please don't kill me. And so that's when, like, the thing is, like, the worst part is that was like compulsory.
You failed the female skill check.
No, but the thing is, that's compulsory, compulsory discussion.
Hi,
I hate
guys.
that shit. Okay, if I'm
Man rolled a 1.
if I'm a dude in like a feminist philosophy like class, I know better than to give my opinion. Okay, I know better than to fucking talk. I know better than that. Some of the other men, there were like a few other men in the class, and I think none of them were bigoted. None of them were like actually hateful, bigoted people. But a few of them might have maybe not been misguided, but like are a little awkward in navigating these topics. So they're like, they felt the urge to give their thoughts on a matter when there is a discussion going on. I know better than that. I would like, the moment there's like the prof goes like, so like, what does everyone think? Unless I am called out by name, I will shut the fuck up and I will not say anything ever. There's literally no reason for me to speaking right now. I'm just here to take notes, okay? And like, I think the prof knows this, but so, or like, maybe the prof kind of saw it after a few sessions, because what would happen was the entire class, I'd be like quiet. I would not say a thing. I would just take notes. But I'm also not very good at taking notes, so it would look like I was dozing off. But I'm actually paying attention, right? Sometimes I fiddle with something in my hand as well to help me focus, and I don't make eye contact. I'm just listening, but I am listening, right? I am paying attention. But the prof like kind of doesn't know this. So like, you know, sometimes afterwards, after class, I would try to go up to the prof. I would try to go up to her and be like, hey, sorry, I just had a quick question on this. Could you clarify this for me? Whatever. But she'd be like, sorry, I'm running late for the next like lecture. I gotta go. And then like she would leave. And so what would have to happen in the class was like, she would have to like intentionally call me out by my name. Hey Charis, what do you think about this? And then like, you know, it's like all of a sudden the room realizes there's like, the women in the room realize there's like a man here, because they hear like a masculine name and they go, what the fuck, what, hold on, what? And they like turn all of them, they start turning their faces over to me, and I have to go like, like, because it's a philosophy class. If you just kind of go like, yeah, I agree with everything, then you're not contributing, you're not saying anything, right? If you're in a philosophy class and you go like, yeah, I think that's right, then you are not this is not fruitful discussion. There should be some layer of disagreement or adding on to whatever is being discussed. Now, how do you do that when you're in a feminist class precisely because you don't know anything about it and you're surrounded by women and like you have to disagree or else the prof is going to mark you down? Trust me, I'm not a miracle worker, but that was close. But if I was, I would put that on my CV. I'm not a miracle worker, but if I was a miracle worker, I would put me having navigated the class into my CV. Hi, sexy man. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. Sorry, you came a bit late, so all the parasocial discussion is kind of gone. But yeah, it's already been done. Go on regular walks at night, always conscious about how I come off whenever there's a lone woman walking ahead of me when we're on a school path. Yes, there we go, exactly. Exactly. You have to make an active effort to not be creepy. Like, this is a thing. You have to put, like, your RAM, you have to use your RAM for this, right? Like, you get what I'm saying. Like, this is something that happens. I was just trying to be relatable for my now, like, 87% male viewership, so. You go to bed, good night. All right, see you later. See you later, Azure. See you later. But yeah, I had to try very hard doing feminism, but not like try hard in the sense of like I had to exert myself. I had to try as hard as possible to minimize my exertion for fear of social ostracization and potentially being like lampooned before my actual thoughts come across. What I will say though is the hellfire of this trial that I had to crawl through of engaging with this class and the content of the class itself has now helped me a lot in navigating and articulating my thoughts on gendered issues. So now if someone asks me controversial men versus women topics, I can diffuse it and articulate my thoughts with relative ease, at least compared to what I was. So that's a good thing. That's a good thing. I'm happy I took the course, but man, was that fucking tough. I'm not even doing anything weird or creepy. I'm just assuming women are going to be concerned about me trying something when we're in the dark. Yeah, exactly. Like yes, 1000%, yes, 1000%. This is the male experience. It's true. This is the male experience for people who are like not weird or creepy. Like if you are weird or creepy, it's a little bit different. But if you aren't, then you are generally trying not to be weird and creepy. And that is something that kind of, you can't just not think about. You have to think about that. I mean, the way I reconcile that with like, you know, whether or not I sometimes feel like it's unfair that I have to do that just because I'm a guy. Then I think, well, at least I don't have to go out in fear. Like at least I'm not the other person who is looking over their shoulder to make sure there's fucking, like there's no hooded figure that's being suspicious around me who might do some shit. So I'm like, you know, at least I'm not that. Yes, it's annoying. Yes, I shouldn't have to be extra careful in public with, you know, coming off as creepy, all that. But I'll take that any day over having to look over my shoulder. Once again, so glad I was born a dude, and so glad I'm comfortable being a guy. So glad that's like, that's like a weight off my shoulders, you know? It's great. It's great being a guy. Wow, okay. It's true. Wouldn't you say the same? You would say the same. You would say the same. Okay? You would. You do not disagree with me. It's just that the way I worded it sounds a little strange, but
I don't understand
true.
what it's like to have to change your behavior to not be creepy, but I do know what it's like change your behavior to be seen as non-threatening.
Yeah. Yeah, that's something to bring up as well. Is like, this is not just a gendered issue, it's also like very much a racial thing. It is what it is. I guess there's not much more to comment on than that, but yeah, that's totally true. Yeah. When you said in the classroom was like the meme with the blonde dude with a vein in his forehead to not say anything misogynistic. No, it's not like I hope it wasn't that. It might be though. Not to express misogyny, but to like express any thought as well. Because you have to, in order to create discussion, you must disagree. However, when you disagree with certain discussions to be had in feminist discourse, you need to take extra precautions to want to just immediately go like, by the way, I'm not a misogynist. I just want to say that like my disagreements are still founded within ideas that I would agree with here. Like we should be treated not just as equals, but like with equity. And I recognize that women deal with issues that men never have to deal with, but also there might be issues that men have to deal with that women don't have to think about. That is important to bring to light because everyone knows it's hard to be a woman. Not enough people know what makes it hard to be a guy. There you go. I'm sorry. And I'm sorry for saying that because I know I'm scaring off the remaining 12% of my viewership for saying that. I know I am. I am the only VTuber I have seen so far actively sabotage like viewership whenever the opportunity presents itself. Because more than wanting to be like, more than wanting to have a lot of concurrent viewers and subscribers on like my YouTube channel streams, more than that, I want to be right. I want to be like correct about an issue when I speak about it, and I want to just fire off as many like difficult philosophical quandaries as possible, and that has led me to darker places I shouldn't be in. Talk about Brex being dude like it's a cool feature on a Honda. It's pretty cool. It's pretty dope. It's pretty dope. There's a lot of stuff that's just hands off. You don't have to worry about. Don't experience that as a white girl, but I will say that when you have the scary resting face or dress alternatively, people are way less likely to just smile at you. Oh yeah. That's true too. Like there is definitely the pressure to conform, not just, you know, not just in bigger things like, oh, political opinions, but like smaller things, just the way you dress. There's a lot of pressure to conform for that. I thought that my BF talked to the customer service in airport because they're so much kinder to him. My condolences. Can't relate. Customer service loves talking to me. I've always been a pleasure for like, and I know they're being paid to look polite, but like, you can, at some point you can detect the size of relief. Or like, at least I'm like, I feel like I'm so non-annoying and threatening that like customer service doesn't usually mind when I go and ask a question. Like it's like a little annoying maybe, but they're not like, oh, this fucking guy. Being monotone, goth, and resting bitch face has made my interactions a lot more complicated. Yeah, a little more complicated. Yeah. I can see why that happens. And me personally, I don't struggle with that. So all I can say is like, can't relate. Lamau, feels great to be me. Sorry, wasn't this section supposed to be about putting down myself before I leave? So I don't end on a note that's like, I'm so great. Okay, let's see. In an attempt to get my female viewership up, because yes, it's, you know, a statistic that shouldn't matter, and it's shallow, and it compromises on your artistic vision, Charis Euphranor. I know, I understand, but is anyone interested in like Path to Nowhere stream tomorrow? Because I want to stream tomorrow, but I'm not sure what I should stream. I want to. One of my mutuals is streaming. So one of my mutuals is streaming at an hour that is probably like right now, actually. Like so in about 24 hours, I think one of my mutuals is streaming. And I want to raid her live stream because, you know, I want to branch out and reach out to my mutuals more beyond just liking each other's like things on Twitter. So I want to like raid into that stream, and it lines up for my time and schedule, right, to do that. I'm just not sure what to stream tomorrow. And I do want to stream tomorrow. I think I have the energy to stream tomorrow. I just don't know what the hell to stream. You could like DM them, I don't know. I mean, like, there's multiple things to do, okay? Do a poll? What should be on the poll? I want to watch that show, just see what it is. It's a game that sells, like... It's a gacha game that sells female characters to a female audience, is essentially, like, the way I've interpreted it. Like, I opened up the game, and I clicked onto the global chat, and I shit you not. I click on the global chat, the first thing I see is, like, a message that's like... Fun. Lesbians, am I right? And then 3 or like 4 messages from different people afterwards replying, so true, yes. So that's like the state of the game, I think. So I feel a little bit like an outsider.
Big fan of lesbians.
When I'm in like the community, but it is what it is. You don't happen to have penitent in your library? I do not. What is that? What is penitent? What is that? Hunt Showdown 1836? What? I don't know what that is. Have a recommendation? Have you? Don't know if someone's mentioned it, but would you consider a playthrough of Detroit Become Human? I have considered it. It's been brought up just now and several times prior to this. I'm not sure if my computer can run it. I have watched people play through it already. I think I watched PewDiePie play through it. I watched PewDiePie play through it. I watched Jacksepticeye play through it. I watched Markiplier play through it. I think I watched like 3 playthroughs of the game. But that was like years ago. I have the game now. It's on Steam. I bought it. I own the game. I don't know if I can run it. Where is it again? Hold on. Let me just go on the because the graphics seem relatively intense. I don't know if I'll be able to stream it without my computer crashing. But if I can figure that out, I'll definitely do like you know when I'm gonna do the stream where I talk about how like where I just try my best to absolutely lampoon C.AI, or at least people who use C.AI for like GF or BF chatbots. Like the "I will strangle your AI girlfriend" is the title, is the working title for that. I don't know if that will be the final title, but the working title is "I will strangle your AI girlfriend," or like your AI boyfriend, and your girlfriend too is like gonna be the on the thumbnail, and it's like one or the other. I don't know when I will do that stream where I just rant about
LMAO.
Chatbots as people who use chatbots as a substitute for romantic interaction. But when I do that is when I'll stream Detroit Become Human. Or when I stream Detroit Become Human is when I'll do that. And then I'll talk about GPT again. I'll talk about generative AI shit. I'll talk about like, maybe I'll talk about Jarvis. I don't know what I'll talk about. But that's like the theme, you know? Do you see the theme? Do you see the vision? That's the vision. Now, when do I do that? Hinges entirely on when is the right timing for this, and when I can get my PC fixed so I can use my PC to stream, so it won't hopefully destroy my current library computer. There's a good amount of viewership today. What's going on? I guess it's because they're clicking through my title, my clickbait title. All right. So if nothing else, I will probably stream something tomorrow, and it might be Path to Nowhere. It might be something else. I can't think of anything else that's like just like a low stakes stream that will have somewhat of a retention. Maybe I'll stream. Actually, maybe I'll stream Slay the Princess instead. Only do season 2. No. I would have to do that in a row, I think, and I'm not ready to do that in a row yet. I gotta wrap up some of the other games I'm playing, and then when I do Walking Dead season 2, it's like a whole week just of that. I'm gonna do a poll. Path to Nowhere. Lesbian Gooner Gotcha. Must can say between 1 and 35 characters? Shit. Okay. WLW Gooner Gotcha. There we go. Or
Democracy Time.
Slay the Princess. Is there anything else I could add? We spent 3 hours reacting to horse race test. What is that? What are you talking about? What is that? Is that... Can I... What? Oh! What the fuck is this shit? It's been all over my Twitter. What's going on? What is that? What does it mean? Yeah, I don't know what that means. I don't even know what that means. Okay. It's peak, that's what it is? I don't get it. I don't know what it is. If you'll get the 35-cent YouTube money and improve your gaming set, honestly real. What the hell do I even do with the minuscule amount of money YouTube's gonna give me? Well, it's not minuscule, actually. That's a lie. That's a lie. Like, multiple times people have gifted subs. Literally just today's stream that's happened. Tara's gifted 50. And Wandering sent a super chat as well. So it's like, it's not like, you know, I'm not getting anything from YouTube. But YouTube does take like, what, a 30% cut? And then from that, I'm going to split half. That's going to get sent straight to our team. You buy coffee? I guess I could, but I don't drink coffee. I'll see what I could do. I'll put it in like a section. Is horse race system with the rainbow colors that look like they're made of slime? It's like the stuff that looks like it's MS Paint? I don't know. Should I get 5 gifted to see if Craig gets gifted? Sure, why not? I mean, if you want. Gotcha, if you will. What are the odds? So there's like, how many members are there? What are the odds? I gotta look it up. You gotta disclose like the gacha rates before you do the gacha game, right? So there's like 500... Oh shit, 81. Oh, okay. There's 581 subs here. How many of them have membership? Let me check. Earn memberships. I have 62 members, I think. What? That can't be right. There was at least like 50 gifted and then another like 15 gifted. So it should at least be 65. So those numbers are wrong. Okay, so there's 65, and I think we started with 8, so it's like 72 or something, 73, and then 5, and then then Tara did 50 more gifted today. So that's like 120. It's like 120. So there's a 1 in 400 chance, or like a 5 in 460 chance. 5 in 460 is 1 in 90. If you gift 5 subs right now, Crack has a 1 in 90 chance of getting it. That is a little bit more than 1%, which is about as generous as gacha game rates are. Which is to say, you're probably not getting it. There should be an option to just gift someone else membership directly. Like, I don't understand why, like, it's just random. Well, I understand why, sorry, but like, there should be a way to like, you know, put someone's like channel
fuck
in.
it, let me get on my laptop.
Is that how we're gonna? I can wait. I'll wait for that. I'll wait for 5 gifted. I will extend the stream and wait for if you're actually gonna do it. I will do it. I'm not gonna stop you from doing it. Yeah, they should just add the option where you're allowed to choose, like on Twitch. They should do that. I don't know why they don't do that. Is there pity roll? No, no, there isn't. You can be screwed forever. Oh, actually, there is. No, there is pity. No, no, there is pity. Here's how pity works. You have to gift as many subs as there are subscribers to the channel to guarantee that you draw all the marbles out of the bag. That's what you need to do. Pity is 500. You're exactly. Pity is 500 pulls. Thank you, Anna. Thank you. Thank you for gifting 5. Did we hit crack? Did we do it? Well, I don't see it, so I don't think so. But thank you. It's probably because the influx of bots on YouTube. Oh, maybe. Do we get to see who gets it? Normally you do. I don't know. I think you do if... Oh! Wait! What? Holy shit. There you go. Gotcha paid off, I suppose. It's like the what's the 5-star animation? What's like the
For
Wait.
not believing in me.
What's the HSR sound effect? I know what to do. Hold on. There, is that enough motion for you? Have I dangled the keys yet? Have I did the jingle jangle yet? Is that enough? Oh. Get on your knees and apologize for not believing. I'm not doing that. You can't get me on my knees that easily. But congratulations, there is membership. Now you can spam emotes. I should update them. FZF did a neat new emote. Yeah, I need to add it. You just have to pop in the anime. No, it's not an anime girl. It's like a fucking. It's like a rabbit. It's like a fucking small. Have you played Honkai Star Rail? Shit. I just realized if you haven't, it sounds weird. But in Honkai Star Rail, the animation is like there's a train door opening and it's gold, and then like the train conductor is named Pom Pom, who's like this mascot rabbit sentient creature thing. And like I guess that's the sound it made. I don't know. Yeah.
The little fellow that sounds like a smoker and a lot of people want to kick?
Yes, I think. I don't know about the former, but I know the latter is true for me. I want to kick Pom Pom across the field. That is the meaning of okay, I'm not elaborating on that. No, thank you. You get to use emotes now. The emotes are fun. The emotes are great. Okay, that's it. We're done. It's a long enough stream already. I spent a good amount of time talking. Hopefully there was something of value was to be gained. Wait, hold on. I have to end the poll now. We are at 64% Path to Nowhere, 36% Slay the Princess. All right. That's what we're doing then. The people have spoken. Path to Nowhere it is. I don't think I'm gonna play on the account I use on my phone, because like that doesn't work with the emulator, I think. So I'm just gonna start. It's gonna look like I'm starting from scratch, which I guess works for the stream experience, right? but I am familiar with the mechanics of the game, just not the story at all. I skipped all the story because I was like, I want to play this slowly. We're going nowhere tomorrow, indeed. All right, look forward to that. I guess. What do I title it? Hold on, I gotta think about this before I leave. What do I title the stream? Because I could say like, I wish women were real, and that would be like funny, but I don't know if that's like original. You know what I mean? How will you stream it? The same way I stream Love and Deep Space, I think. Through like an emulator. What's the title? What's the title?
All roads lead to lesbians.
Thanks for reading that out, Barrett. It's got it. I get the vibe. I like the vibe, but it's got to roll off the tongue. I gotta think. Hold on. I've become a lesbian for a day. Let me think. Let me think. Catering to my 12% audience. That's too much of an inside like joke thing. Like I feel like you need that that requires too much insider knowledge to get immediately. How about just like we love women in like all caps? Ratio skewed, so I'm catering to the girlies. I think that is... I like that as the description. I don't like that as the title, though. I think that might be the description. The description is going to go something along those lines. Book Talk favorite gacha game. What the hell is Book Talk's favorite gacha game? I know Book Talk. I know gacha games. Does Book Talk have a favorite gacha? Why would Book Talk have that? I don't know. Women actually exist. There are... What? Women are real? It's kind of funny because it's like a gacha game where they are fictional creations that are designed to take your money. But...
I wish women were real.
That could work. I feel like I did that before though, didn't I? Have I not done I wish women were real? I gotta look this up, hold on. Filter, search. Have I used the word women in my titles yet? Okay, I've used, in 5 Hearts, I said, I titled it, The Philosophy of Talking to Women, and then Philosophy Major Talks to Women for the first time. For the Women's Day stream, which still remains at 73 views, by the way. It's not gained any views since like the last 2 times I've talked about it. Proving once again that people don't actually want to read feminist literature, but want to claim to be feminists. It is what it is. Some women you can read for International Women's Day. And then most recently, when I did the Helltaker stream, it was Helltaker and then just in all caps, women in suits. So I think we haven't exhausted it yet. We can use that. We can do like, I wish women were real. I could do that. We could do that. Only lesbians from audience. Well, I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it for me. It's not for you. I'm enjoying this. It's me. I'm playing the game. Joining forces with the lesbians. Maybe that's like a good like subsequent like title. Insert character, please step. That's a little too like easy. That's like excuse me, I'm like cracking my knuckles because I'm stretching. Book Talk just implies it's 20 women. Is that what Book Talk is? That's what Book Talk is? I thought Book Talk was just people who don't read but pretend like they read. I don't know. I wish Women Were Real kind of works because it works with the fact that it's a gacha. So I don't know. Does the game also have a period tracker? No, it doesn't, unfortunately. Dude, if they just did Love in Deep Space, but with women, I'd be sold very quickly. Playing lesbian Guna game. That's like, but that's kind of feels like, that kind of sounds a bit like I'm insulting the game, and I don't think I want to do that. I'll keep all these suggestions in mind. And then people bring up books that aren't smut to women. Are like, where's the spice? Oh. oh, that's the title of the stream. Does this also have a period tracker? I like the vibe, but it's too like, it's not true, right? The fact the period tracker titles work for Love in Deep Space because that's like a real fucking game. That's a real thing, real feature in their fucking game. But that doesn't exist in this game, so I can't really make the period tracker jokes without it being a reference to another game. And at that point, I'm talking about the other game, not this one anymore, right? And while I'm not saying there's no overlap, I would imagine that there's some disparity between the people who want to watch Love in Deep Space and the people who want to watch Path to Nowhere. Pulling Lesbians is a fun title. Okay, that is clever. That's really clever. Oh, that's good. That's really good. That's clever. That's you got to the punchline in 2 words. That's impressive. That's good. That's good. Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should do that. Women in suits too? Not all of them are in suits. Not all of them are in suits. Like, there's only a few characters in suits, I think. Male VTuber investigates 70% female player base. Gotcha. That works. Oh, I guess that works as like the Pulling Lesbians is like the artistic title. Is the male VTuber investigates 70% female player base. Gotcha.
Celebrating Jesus's birthday in a lesbian gotcha game.
No, that's vetoed. You're getting out of here. That's vetoed. Male VTuber investigates 70% female player base is a really good YouTube title.
Yes.
Pulling Lesbians is just a great title. Is a clever title for me. Like, my satisfaction. It's like male VTuber pulls lesbians and gotcha. Ooh, okay. So we're getting a bit wordy. But it does add more context. Hold on, let me think. What if we remove the brackets in gotcha? We're not invoking religious imagery in the title, okay? Not in these trying times at the moment. Not in these heated moments. Okay, have you not paid attention to current world political events? Come on. World events. It's not really a political thing. It is connected to political things, but it in itself, I wouldn't classify as a political happening, even though technically everything is political, but whatever. Those unfamiliar with think you're trying to turn lesbians straight. Ah, it's true. But never mind. I was gonna say, wouldn't that invite more views? That's not good. We can't do that. What if they get canceled for the title? What if it's pulling
The
lesbians?
joke is that you're addressing that but ultimately bringing up the gotcha to make it apparent that it's not that.
Maybe we can, yeah, maybe that can be like, maybe the twist can be like, the whole time I'm like, I don't want to objectify these women, but damn. It'll get the male loneliness stream viewers. Okay, yeah, that's true. What if it was, the title was pulling lesbians, and then the thumbnail had the lesbian flag on it? Because I think if you have the flag on it, that implicit in that is some sort of endorsement. So maybe that works. I don't know. Honestly, sadly, I missed the end, but enjoyed the discussion today. Thank you. See you later, Marie. See you later.
How about lesbian gotcha? A lesbian made this gotcha.
It's funny. Oh, that's funny too, but it's not as concise. Because, like, if you put, like, a flag there, it's not just saying lesbians exist. It's also saying, like, you know... It's like that Sonic meme. These bitches gay. Good for them. Good for them. It's like, it's that meme, right? If you put the flag there. Because if you just say lesbians, it could be, like, interpreted as, like, an attack. But if you put, like, a flag there as well, then it's like, okay. This is probably not an attack, right? Like, I'm not, like... I know what to do. I got it. Still be taken the wrong way. Maybe I'll clarify it in the description. In the description, I will just like, I'll just put up like an apology preemptively. Orange, white, pink, gradient 1, 2. Oh yeah. I'm not too worried about people taking it the wrong way if they like tune in for 2 seconds and, you know, listen and realize that that's not what I mean, right? Okay, that's what we're doing. I got it. That's what we're doing tomorrow. Thank you for joining me. I gotta go now, really. It's been a very long stream. I said I wanted to cut it short. I'm an idiot. I didn't do that. But hopefully... I hate to ask anyone of this, but if anyone has some time, could you timestamp the VOD in the description so people can navigate to the serious discussion more easily? Now I want to know the title. I think the title is just gonna be, maybe the title is like pulling lesbians. It might be. It should, because because the double meaning of pull works so well because it's a gacha game, and also like when you speak of, you know, romantic encounters or like, you know, encounters of that disposition, you would use the word pull as well, and it's so like. It's snappy, the syllables are short. It's really good. It's really good. Like, who said that? I think Holiday said that. Like, fantastic stream title. Who said that? I forgot who said that. It was like a combined effort of all of you, because we all kind of pitched our minds together for this, but yeah.
It was me.
Zero's idea. Congratulations. That's the name. That's the name. That's the name of the stream tomorrow, probably. That's the title. That's the title of the stream. What, does it get all flagged because of lesbian? Would it get flagged for having the word lesbian on it? That's fucked. Really? That sucks. Not because I care about it. I do. Okay, no. That sucks. Yes, partly because, yeah, you know, that's just weird that they do that, and my heart goes out to all the lesbians out there. Yeah, okay, but more importantly, that ruins all the jokes I can make. If they're banning words like lesbian or like gay, if they're like, or not banning, but if they're flagging that shit, then how am I supposed to make jokes about them in the title? It doesn't make any sense. I don't know if it would. Seems like we'll see. Let's see. Yes. Well, you'll find out in tomorrow's stream whether I do or not. All right. Okay, I'm going now. Goodbye, goodbye,
You
goodbye.
can use the safer versions like Sapfic or WLW.
I will do that, maybe. It doesn't have the same kick to it, so it will depend on how you... I'll do my research to see if it will flag or not. If it doesn't flag, that's what I'm doing. Alright. Okay, I gotta go. I gotta go. Goodbye. See you tomorrow, I think. I'll see everyone tomorrow in a non... In a way that does not overstep the boundaries between entertainer and viewer. Okay. Goodbye. Also, I saw the art on the Discord. Thank you so much. I'll talk about that a little bit more tomorrow, maybe. But I haven't put it up on the wall yet because I was really tired. Okay, bye. Put the damn bots in the Discord? Never.
Great stream.
Thank you.
Bye bye. Might not be here tomorrow, but I'll try to stop by.